welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. I'll be your astrologer this month. This is going to be the November 2023 horoscopes for the 12 rising signs. If you guys don't know me, it's nice to meet you. My name is Candice. I'm a Western astrologer. I work both with tarot as well as Western astrology, the Sabian symbols, and what I kind of see going on in the cosmos to bring you guys these reports. Really excited to talk to you guys about the month ahead. I hope everybody is doing well post-eclipse season. I guess the good news is that we've got another 5 or 6 months to kind of hang out until we have to kind of go through those energies again. Make sure you leave me a comment below. Let me know how you're doing post-eclipses. Some of you guys are watching this early in the month of October, so we haven't even gotten to the eclipses yet. But feel free to come back to this video. You guys can leave me some comments below and let me know how the month plays out for you. All right, so just a few shameless plugs for offerings for the month for November. Well, guys, we're coming up to the most wonderful time of the year. If you guys are interested, I do have gift cards available on my website. You can give the gift of foresight. If you guys want to gift a full or a half-hour reading or a natal chart reading, that's a really cool gift that you can give somebody. If you guys are interested in doing that, you can buy the gift cards that are a digital download on my website that are immediately delivered. Perfect for last minute gifts. And also make sure while you're on my website, you guys subscribe to my newsletter. Now, while I don't have like a monthly or a weekly newsletter that go out, this is just signing up so that way you guys are alerted as to when I have new courses or webinars or products. And this is especially important this month because we are going to be having Cyber Monday sales. So just after the holiday here in the States, we will be doing like Black Friday, Cyber Monday sales. We will be discounting courses and some products. So make sure that you sign up for the newsletter so you can find out what that is. And new this month, also on my website, you're going to find 2024 calendar prints. Now there's going to be 2 different kinds. Some are already live. We have the 2024 lunar prints. There's a light and a dark version. So if you guys are interested in checking those out, it comes with like a cool magnetic frame, gives you all of the lunations for 2024. And I designed them myself. So I hope you guys like them. We also have 2024 12-month astrology calendar that will be coming out as well. So if you guys caught that calendar that I did last year, this one's completely different, full of lots of ritual recommendations, herbal recommendations, crystal recommendations, and much, much more. I hope you guys like that. Been working hard on that as well. And if you guys like my work and you want to support me as a full-time content creator, you can do so simply by liking this video. If you want to give me a thumbs up and you want to leave me a comment, that's really helpful. Sharing is caring. You can share this with somebody else who would benefit from a reading. But I also recommend joining my YouTube memberships, or you can scan the QR code somewhere right up here and you can send me a tip. These donations make it possible for me to keep creating content for you guys and bringing you these long format videos where you don't just hear what's coming, but you also learn astrology as well. Now, don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Please do click the bell button below so you're alerted as to when we have new videos coming out on the channel. Every Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, we have videos coming out on transits. We've got eclipse videos, obviously horoscopes, and much, much more. And you can join me here on Fridays for live readings. I'm here at 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern. We do alternate between every other week. We go back and forth between tarot and astrology. So if you would like to get a reading as we're going through some of these transits in this next month, you guys can find me here. They're all donation based. But if you want to book a personal one-on-one reading with me, you can do so as well. Head over to my website at beyondtheveiltarot.com. I do have openings that will be in December and January, although they are very limited because the holidays get really busy. So do consider booking birthday solar returns in advance if you guys want to get one. You can find all this information and more at beyondtheveiltarot.com. Now, as you guys may or may not know, I also teach tarot and astrology, and I have beginners courses on both subjects, and I have an advanced version for astrology. So if you guys are interested in learning tarot or astrology with me, you can find those courses there. All right, so Let's now move to the transits that catch my eye for the month ahead. I'm going to move through these pretty quickly. I always recommend taking a screenshot of these. I've gotten so much feedback from everybody, like 99% of it is positive, so thank you for that. But for me to share the screen with you guys and be able to draw on it and for you to see me all at the same time, it takes up so much of the screen. So essentially, if you have not had a reading from me before, I go through all of the transits on this screen. This is what I'm going to be discussing for each and every one of the 12 rising signs. It's really important that you know your horoscope. So if you haven't already gone and looked at your natal chart, you can cast that for free, generally on an online chart calculator like astro.com. Plug in your birth information, time, date, and location. It'll cast the chart, and you're going to want to look at the ascendant sign followed by the sun and the moon sign. Anyway, what I will do is take you through the 12 rising signs. I will be going through these particular transits, which are the hot zones for the next month. Equally, I do other videos throughout the month, and I touch more and go more in depth on some of the transits. So these are the ones that catch my eye. You might want to make a note of some of the ones that are important for you. We're going to start first with November the 3rd. This is when the sun in Scorpio will come into an opposition with Jupiter in Taurus. This is an interesting transit. I'm a fan of sun opposed Jupiter. I feel like that's like a go big or go home day. That's sometimes, giving us the opportunity to reach a goal. It may seem out of reach, but it also might be a day where even if you feel like you don't succeed, you still gain some kind of success or some kind of traction. So this is a day that you want to really be going after your goals, being optimistic, and you may get really lucky with this particular aspect. Scorpio and Taurus obviously are financial signs, so this is also a day that can be about transactions and funds and resources and what you pay for versus what you get. Now, what's interesting is the very same day, Venus in Virgo is going to oppose Neptune in Pisces. This adds a little bit of like a different flair to the transit. It makes me feel like because Venus represents relationships, values, and money, the opposition to Neptune and Pisces is very vague. It does represent there being some sense of fogginess or something that's missing or isn't completely honest or clear. That mixing with the sun opposed Jupiter, I could see this as a day where people are taking big risks with finances or they're making big moves with investments. And you want to be very careful with whose advice you buy because it could potentially be a little scammy. I've seen tons of Venus-Neptune opposition transits in clients' charts when money goes missing or it gets swindled or, they end up kind of sending it to somebody in another country or like an account gets hacked. Now, in particular, Venus is moving through a sign that deals with health. So I do think that we're going to see big swings revolving around pharmaceutical companies, revolving around funding pertaining to this, and maybe even some wildness in regards to the stock market. I'm kind of anticipating that pretty much off and on the rest of the year, but you may actually really see this. Now on the 4th, Saturn will be going direct in the sign of Pisces. So it's really important to pay attention to which house Pisces is in. Saturn going direct is essentially saying now we're moving forward with some of our goals. It's great for really getting to the core of what you're hoping to visualize in your life. Saturn builds structure, and Pisces is a sign that deals with dissolving or meditation or reflection. It can also deal with your intuition. So much of what we're actually building, growing, has to stem from our faith. It has to stem from our beliefs, the time that we're taking to reflect on what we want to create. So when Saturn goes direct, it's almost like that area of your chart is going to start kind of building momentum towards making that a reality. Obviously, most important for those of you guys who are going to be, Saturn-ruled charts. So, and Pisces as well. So Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces, you guys will all feel that pretty strongly. The very same day, Mercury in Scorpio now moves to make an opposition to Uranus in Taurus. This seems like it's stressful information, feeling a bit frazzled, kind of like sticking your finger in a light socket, having a hard time dealing with information and getting potentially a little tense revolving around news that's being delivered. Uranus is shocks and surprises, and Mercury in Scorpio is known for digging deep, getting information, and uncovering the truth. So that going hand in hand with Saturn going direct makes me wonder if there's going to be some truth coming out about financial systems, about government-related news, leaders, things of that nature. Then on the 6th, we're going to see Venus in Virgo trine Pluto in Capricorn. Although I'm not a fan of Venus in Virgo because it does not perform as well in this sign, this is at least a positive, harmonious aspect. Venus going through the sign of Virgo is about tending to the things that we love, wanting to clean up, perfect, make something better. The trine to Pluto can represent the empowerment in doing so, or some kind of change or transformation when it comes to our relationships and our values. Venus also deals with relationships and allies, so I could definitely see this being a powerful alignment for kind of aligning with people who can help empower us. So that's the positive in that sense. And then Mercury in Scorpio the very same day will trine Neptune in Pisces. So Mercury, making contacts to Neptune is very spiritual. It's very intuitive. It's a great day for divination. It's a great day for tapping in, for meditating, and reflecting. And I like the trines between Venus and Pluto because that makes me feel like opportunity is possible. Like you have the power to be able to heal or overcome something if you believe, right? Mercury trine Neptune. If you believe, if you pray, if you're setting intentions, if you're kind of getting in touch with your higher self. Very, very magical day on tap on the 6th. Then on the 10th of November, Mercury in Sagittarius will square Saturn in Pisces. Now, obviously difficult because Mercury represents the mind, and when Mercury is moving into the sign of Sagittarius, it's moving into its fall. So it's moving into a sign that's opposite of Gemini. Sagittarius ruled by Jupiter, the bigger the better. Sometimes Mercury and Sag can tell tall tales. I definitely feel like this is going to be the reckoning that's coming up for whether or not we're being honest with other people or with ourselves. After all, Sagittarius does deal with the truth. And so when it squares Saturn, it might mean that we're having to reconcile with the truth in regards to what's going on globally. Sagittarius is a global sign, as is Pisces. Both of these signs also deal with mutable energies, and that can have connections to changes, but also to our beliefs or philosophies and religion. I remember telling you guys in this last month, in September and October, that we need to be really careful with what advice we buy and whether or not the information that's coming out in the media is factual. I do believe that by mid-November, you guys are going to start seeing where we're going to realize that certain situations all over the world are being falsely reported. And so I think that this is where there is some sense of like accountability for that or calling that on the mat. But in particular, when Mercury squares Saturn, we see breakdowns with communication, we see travel delays, we see issues with systems. There can also be, issues pertaining to, travel. I mean, Saturn and Pisces, I think of like boundaries and borders, and we might hear some places that are, issuing travel advisories. That could definitely be the case because Mercury is moving through a sign that deals with airports and airplanes. Colleges, Saturn's in a sign that deals with limitation, immigration. So we're definitely going to start to hear more about boundaries revolving around where people can go and why they can or cannot go there and who is dictating that. In your own life, it could be a day where it's not best for communication, signing a contract, having an important conversation. If you're trying to have a heart-to-heart with somebody, not the best day to do it. Now on November 11th, we're going to see Mars in Scorpio oppose Uranus in Taurus. This is a really loud energy, okay? So what is Mars? Passion, heat, conflict, war, agitation. It deals with masculinity. It deals with intensity. And so Mars in Scorpio is a water transit, right? So Mars is moving through one of its home signs. But this is about intuition. This is about also emotions and emotional volatility kind of comes to mind with Mars opposed Uranus. Short fuses, people popping off, things that blow up, that go bang, stuff that can be dangerous because of the Uranus opposition. Now Uranus is in Taurus, and this is a placement that's connected to the financial systems. It's connected to the earth. It's also connected to physical structures. To me, this is like fire, volcanic, earthquake type of energy. So we can see some of this stuff happening out in the world, but especially within the financial system. Mars moving through a sign that deals with debt and loans and banking and money that's given out to people, versus Uranus in Taurus, which is this instability that we're seeing within the system. So there's going to be some really intense matters revolving around resources and what people owe versus what they can actually afford. Watch out for confrontations. Take, every precaution necessary with sharp or heated objects. Not a day to be kind of being reckless with speed or anything that's potentially sharp. Then on the 13th, we're going to see the Sun in Scorpio oppose Uranus in Taurus. So just 2 days later, we see a similar opposition. But the Sun opposed Uranus is more about people not wanting to be told what to do. This is about being a little bit of a rebel. This is about being a little bit of like a contrarian, going against the grain. The Sun represents our ego and our core identity. This can also represent men or leaders, and the opposition to Uranus can be where they fall out of favor with the with the Republic. So there can be a sense of people realizing like, whoa, something is really off about this particular leader, and they kind of lose favor, I guess you could say, with the public. But this is also a day where anything goes. Uranus oppositions and squares do represent like a pressure point where situations outside of yourself manifest that you have little control over. Just being somebody who's had Uranus in opposition to my Sun the last 2 years, I've just kind of learned to just let life happen. I can't force things. I can't make things happen. People are going to do what they're going to do. But equally, it's meant to be liberating. It's liberating you from what? Sun in Scorpio is fear. Fear of the dark, fear of not having support, not having enough. So some of the information that's coming out is perhaps going to be in relation to freeing us from some of these financial challenges, but it's going to require us to shine a light on the dark. You might just feel a little testy this day. Then on the 18th of the month, we're going to see the Sun in Scorpio conjunct Mars in Scorpio. And this is a hot and heavy day. So when the Sun and Mars come into conjunction, it is fierce, it's combative, it's intense. This is a very physically active, demanding, daring, get anything done at any cost type of energy. Now, obviously, in Scorpio, this is going to be potentially about really letting our passions or our intuition or our emotions lead the way. This could also very much be about us taking some kind of action and initiating something. When we see these conjunctions, sometimes weeks and months later, it starts to unfold and we realize what that represented, what was actually being born. As the Sun and Mars are coming together, it represents a new cycle. So, really it's going to depend on where it is in your chart. But I think that with Scorpio, Mars kind of being involved, it is talking about people being angry or being hostile. It can be about people who are finally expressing some of their fears or their anger or their resentment. We've seen similar conjunctions actually just prior to COVID that took place in Virgo, and it manifested as a health epidemic. So I'm assuming this could be more in correlation with war, conflict, particularly in the Middle East, because that is what Scorpio represents. It could also be more involving, issues or war or conflict over oil, because Scorpio represents that as well. Pluto deals with things that are deep down in the ground. But this could also be secret military operations. This could be some major kind of cutting back or slashing in regards to resources and opportunities to loan money. All right, then we see on the 23rd of the month, the Sun in Sagittarius will square Saturn. So this is like the stop sign day. Everything slows down. You might be feeling like you're being told no or not yet, or you're not ready. It is perhaps going to be very similar to when Mercury squared Saturn earlier in the month on the 10th. Or we will also see Mars come into a square a couple days later. So on the, let's see, what days is this? On the 10th of November, on the 23rd of November, and the 25th of November, you will see squares to Saturn. All of these days are not the best days to travel, have meetings, launch businesses, initiate really significant things, because there's going to be roadblocks, there's going to be delays. Now, the Sun square Saturn We see 2 squares and 1 opposition a year. The square for me kind of represents where something is putting pressure on Saturn. So what is Sagittarius? It's global affairs, it's professors, educators, philosophers, lawyers, the legal system, all putting pressure on Saturn. So we're going to start seeing more themes revolving around people debating and discussing about what is and is not right, what is and is not acceptable when it comes to worldly relations. The pressure that's being brought also on leaders, because Saturn in Pisces can be about people who are governing or leading behind the scenes. It's been really fascinating to hear so many people on the internet talking about and discussing all of the conflicts in the Middle East between Palestine and Israel. And essentially, regardless of what side you're on, this is my belief, this is my perspective, but a lot of other people that I've listened to have shared this. Everybody's kind of missing the bigger picture. The bigger picture is, while this conflict is going on in the Middle East, there are people who are in safe hideaways that are making a ton of money off of war and conflict and devastation, that's probably sipping a drink in a mansion in a country that is hundreds, if not thousands of miles away while all of this is going down. So it's interesting to see planets move through Sagittarius, come into a square with Saturn, almost like it's putting the pressure on Saturn in Pisces, which is now direct, to come out from the shadows, to finally be held accountable maybe for some of the involvement where leadership is actually going astray, and it's creating a lot of not just civil issues, but also we're seeing a lot of issues in regards to religion, philosophy, and eventually I do think we're going to see some travel advisories. So I'm hopeful that this is going to be a Sagittarius season for the books. We will also eventually see a Mercury retrograde that will take place in Sagittarius as well. So as all of these planets move through Sag, they're in a superior position, essentially attacking Saturn, saying like, come out from the shadows. We're going to be holding you accountable for some stuff. So watch for the season of exposure is kind of what I'm anticipating. Then we're going to see on the 25th of the month, this is when Mars in Sagittarius comes into a square with Saturn. Now, this is a little challenging because Saturn wants us to have consistency. It wants us to follow the rules. It wants us to be on time. It wants us to be mature. And Mars does not want to do these things. Mars wants to rush into battle. It wants to start a fight. It wants to be the first. It wants to light something on fire. And Mars in Sagittarius is about getting on the soapbox and teaching and preaching and sharing and being able to make people aware of what's going on in the world and igniting certain passions. So as it comes into square with Saturn, we may see that there is a bit of a stand down when it comes to, conflict and war. It might be de-escalating a little bit, but it can also indicate a time where, people who are pushing the envelope for truth or for there to be some kind of like movement, Saturn's going to say, no, you can't do that. Once again, I'm seeing potential issues with travel advisories. I'm seeing issues with, foreign affairs. I'm seeing issues pertaining to where there are legal battles that are starting to, come underway during the season, and stuff that's probably not going to either go full all the way, or it's going to be stuff that kind of flies under the radar. Mars square Saturn is also a time where if you're acting out, if you're not following the rules, if you're being combative or confrontational, aggressive, like you're gonna get called on it, you're gonna get caught. Not a day to be squaring off with somebody, not a day to be having issues with authority figures, and it can definitely bring some kind of consequences. Saturn is about consequences. Mars can be about the misbehavior. Then we're going to see on the 27th, Mercury in Sagittarius will come into a square with Neptune in Pisces. Ironically, these two time periods when we see some really big energies, the new moon and the full moon, are happening with some rather big transits. I'll get to that in a second. But this happens to be the day of the full moon in Gemini. So Mercury in Sagittarius in its fall squaring Neptune in Pisces is like, what's going on? What's fact? What's fiction? Can we trust the information that's coming out? Is it being, inflated in some way? Is there some fabrication? So this is a day where it's going to be hard to understand what's going on. And at the same time, the full moon is also going to square Saturn. So it's like, ugh, you know, you're definitely gonna see some miscommunication issues with this particular transit. Not the best day for signing contracts, agreeing to things, traveling, or transactions. Now Saturn's in Pisces, guys. So for the next couple of years, anytime planets are moving through the mutable signs, everything's going to get checked as it goes into a square with Saturn. A number of ingresses this month, which is rather important, especially because Mars and Venus will be ingressing, and we need to watch that because that's where the North and the South Node are now. The North Node, obviously, still in Aries, going to be there till 2025, so we are really paying attention to that Mars ingress. The South Node is in Libra, and we will be seeing Venus finally enter into a sign where she can actually feel a little bit more comfortable. November 8th, Venus enters Libra, bringing more harmony to relationships, partnerships, diplomacy. So much better for beauty-related things too. So if you're one of those who's been waiting since before the Venus retrograde, Venus went retrograde for several months, then she moved into Virgo, where she was in, you know, obviously her detriment. So for me, now is a really good time for those of you guys who have been waiting to make big beauty changes. If you've been waiting to cut, color, change your hair, do cosmetic stuff, buy a new wardrobe, you know, try new cosmetics. Venus in Libra is a much better time to do that because Venus is moving through one of its ruling signs. And also I feel like this can bring so much more peace in relationships. No more squares that we're seeing to Pluto. We're not going to see a conjunction to the South Node this month, I believe. I'll have to double check, but I'm pretty sure we won't. And yeah, just overall a little bit better with relationships this month. Now on the 10th, we're going to see Mercury enter into Sagittarius, so that's going to be moving into its fall. Like I said, it's great for positivity, for optimism, for travel to some extent if it's not squaring Saturn or Neptune. But it also can sometimes be known for being too overly optimistic or knowing too much about knowing a little bit about everything, but not being focused. So some of us might feel like we have a little bit of like attention issues this month and we're kind of like scattered because there's so many things that are going on at one time. Sun enters Sagittarius on November 22nd. So we move out of Scorpio season, we move into Sagittarius season. That's going to go hand in hand with the Sun square Saturn. So those of you guys who are in the early degrees of the mutable signs, you're going to feel that a little bit more strongly. Sun in Sagittarius does bring some kind of optimism, opportunities for faith healing, for changes in our philosophy, our belief system. And I believe once we're getting out of like the squares to Saturn, there's going to be a sweet spot in between for Sag season where we're actually seeing some sextiles to the South Node and some trines to the North Node. So there will be a sense of where we do take chances and we are more adventurous and we do branch out and we do challenge our philosophies. There is opportunity to be able to really tap into our destiny. And then on the 24th of the month, we're going to see Mars enter Sagittarius. So what I like about this is that Mars is moving into a fire sign. It's going to definitely be a little bit more loud and action-packed. It can be really wonderful for those of you guys who are wanting to take action and start learning or studying something new. Same thing with Mercury and Sag as well. I do think that this might prompt some people to want to travel or plan travel or start a program or start writing a book or telling a story. There is a sense of being a little bit more courageous and daring with Mars and Sagittarius. So I do think that we are going to see some kind of like global movements that will be taking place as well. But as a reminder, all of these Sagittarius ingresses are going to square Saturn. So it's safe to say that Saturn isn't going to be thrilled about the willingness to just get up and go, right? Saturn's going to say, well, you need to make sure you got the time off and you need to make sure that you've, planned your schedule accordingly and that you're prepared and you've saved money and you've done all the things that you need to do. And Sagittarius is going to be like, see you later, like catching flights, not feelings. So as we are jumping to conclusions or jumping into travel opportunities or rushing into, situations that may seem exciting, there can be a sense of delays, setbacks, and also challenges with Saturn. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Saturn goes direct on the 4th. And the 2 lunations that we're going to have this month, one will be November 3rd. This is going to be the new moon in Scorpio. Holy cow, this new moon, you guys. It is going to be a new moon at 20 degrees. It will be in conjunction to Mars in Scorpio. I cannot wait for this new moon because that's the one where it's like it's so ripe with the opportunity to really change something, to really, initiate and manifest big, profound changes, to combat fear, to overcome issues where you feel like you have lost or you've grieved or you can't let go. Like, this is a new moon conjunct Mars. That's like, we're not waiting, we're doing it right now. So even those of you guys who aren't setting intentions, you might notice that the energy just really peaks up and you're like, I don't have a choice. I got to go. I got to do this right now. But being forewarned really kind of helps you guys set some of those intentions. The very same day that that's taking place, we will also see the sun in opposition to Uranus. So it'll kind of be like, okay, this person's doing that, so I got to do this, and I got to do it right now. And best believe it's going to be about money and resources. You're going to see big themes revolving around exchanges within banks. And then on the 27th, we see a full moon in Gemini at 4 degrees. Like I said, Mercury will be the ruler. It's going to square Neptune. It's going to be like people are speaking 2 different languages. I remember saying last month that we would see situations manifest in the world this month, in October, going into November, that there would be videos that would be coming out and people would be translating videos being like, oh, this person's saying this, this, and this, and it wouldn't be accurate. And that we would also see situations with the media where things that were being reported, and as they were, getting from point A to point B, they were being falsely represented. We are seeing this as I'm filming this in mid-October. We are seeing this right now. We're seeing this about some stuff that's going on in the Middle East where people are claiming things that are happening that aren't happening, where things are happening that people are concealing, where there's a narrative that's being driven that one side's doing this and the other side isn't doing that. And so this is very much the squares that we're seeing to Neptune, where things are kind of being falsely represented. That full moon in Gemini with Mercury square Neptune does make me feel like you have to be careful with what you're believing in. I know the full moon at 4 degrees is going to square Saturn, so it's also kind of indicating like that you need to think or do your research or suss something out before you jump to a conclusion and tell somebody that something is factual or that you know something or that this is the truth, because I don't know. I think the truth is probably somewhere in the middle with a lot of things right now. But I also believe that we're dealing with a situation where we're coming out of several years where a lot of people have been experiencing, the truth being manipulated or distorted in some way. And everybody has a different perspective and reality. And that's the other issue. That's why we're having so many problems relating to each other right now. Anyway, what I love about Saturn and Pisces is that the truth is we can find the answers in silence. We can find the answers in the questions that aren't being asked, the things that aren't being discussed, the stuff that is not making the news, the things that are getting swept under the rug. Those are the things that we need to be thinking about and kind of meditating on. All right, so that's all in all. These are the transits for the month ahead. If you guys want to join me, I'll be doing at the end of October, the last Sunday, I'll be doing a month of November overview. I'll go through all the transits and much more, but I just wanted to give you guys a heads up with what some of this stuff might mean. All right, so with that being said, let's go to November 2023. This is going to be the 12 rising signs horoscopes. So make sure that you listen for your ascendant, your sun, and your moon sign. I will be doing the whole sign predictions. Okay, so I'm going to be using whole sign method. If you want to use Placidus, you can use Placidus. That's fine. You can also listen to your progress chart. But this will be the 12 rising signs for the tropical Western astrology signs. I'm not a Vedic astrologer. I don't practice that, but you might resonate with some of the stuff that I'm listening to because I do use some Vedic technique in my readings. All right, well, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it and let's take a look at what the month of November looks like for all of you. What's up, Aries and Aries rising? Welcome to your November 2023 horoscope. I hope you're doing well. Let's kick off first talking a little bit about your chart ruler. So you're going to see a number of aspects taking place with Mars this month. It's really important to be paying attention when you hear these transits come up. As the month begins, Mars is in Scorpio, and it's really, really, it's powerful when it's moving through your 8th house. So this is about taking action in regards to joint resources, taxes, inheritance. You might be feeling like you're really embracing some kind of change. This might be about having access to other people's resources. And it can be a time where you are going after and tackling something. Maybe getting money that's owed to you. Maybe it's paying something off. Maybe it's about pursuing getting a loan. Regardless, Mars moving through Scorpio and the conjunctions that you're going to see are very powerful for you. And then later in the month, you're going to see that Mars is going to enter Sagittarius. Now, it's kind of bittersweet because when it's moving through a fire sign, it's going to be supporting your ascendant, which is helping you travel, grow, and learn. However, Mars will come into some hard aspect right off the bat with Saturn, which tells me that you are not somebody who should be traveling if you're feeling under the weather. You are not somebody who should be, flying off and taking vacations without clearing it with work. There's going to be some challenges either with teachers or authority figures, travel, or education. There can also be some legal challenges that can also come from Saturn coming into a square with Mars, okay? Outside of that, I hope you're doing well post eclipses. I know that you were one of the signs that was definitely feeling the heat from this. So I'm hoping that you're doing well now that that is over. All right, so let's start at the beginning of the month. We're going to talk a little bit first about how on the 3rd, we're going to see the Sun in Scorpio in your 8th house opposing Uranus. So this is going to represent where big risk could be big reward. I know that you're just coming off of having a lunar eclipse in Taurus for many Aries and Aries risings. This is really positive for your financial outlook. So it might be that the end of October, beginning of November, some money comes in and it's like money comes in, money goes out. So you might feel like, yeah, I got a payment, but I'm paying something off. Or yes, I got a chunk of change, but I'm reinvesting it, or I'm having to, help pay a mortgage or a bill with it, or I'm, putting my money together with a partner. So there's kind of money that's kind of in and out. But the Sun represents taking chances, and it's about passion and creativity. And you've already experienced, an eclipse that's conjunct Jupiter. So I'm wondering what the Sun in opposition to Jupiter is going to bring you. Is it going to bring you some kind of chance opportunity? For some of you guys, it could also be like lawsuit stuff, where you could be winning some kind of money in like a legal case. Now, the very same day, Venus will oppose Neptune. So we will have Venus that will still be in Virgo here in your 6th house, and Venus will come into an opposition with Neptune, which tells me that not the best, there could be like a blind spot, right? There could be a blind spot in regards to either relationships or resources. So maybe you have somebody who's saying, hey, I think you should invest in this thing, and you might consider moving very quickly on it. But then it's like, wait a second, what am I not seeing? What's missing here? Foreign transactions, and also like investing in health and wellness, or maybe even like spas. Be careful for snake oil and like get rich quick schemes or magical pills and things that could take away ailments. They could be costly, and it could be something that may not necessarily be beneficial for you in the long run. It might be also important for you to be really cautious about who you're sharing your resources with. You're going to see a number of oppositions between the 8th and the 2nd house. Could indicate that there's a bit of friction between what you feel like is a worthwhile investment and somebody else may not necessarily agree. Now, on the 4th of the month, Saturn will be going direct. So you've got the taskmaster, which rules career and also your goals in the 12th house. If you're somebody who's been hoping to finally, have some clarity about your belief systems, if you're returning back to school, if you're returning back to therapy, if you are returning back to a meditation practice, all of these things can be happening while Saturn goes direct. Remember, while Saturn has been retrograde, it's been working on you in your 12th house. And this is a house that is secretive, it's hidden, it's subconscious. So maybe if you've been working on your like nighttime routines, you're sleeping better, or maybe you've been working really hard on some, projects pertaining to your career, your professional life, and they're getting ready to kind of be visible now. Same day, we're going to see Mercury and Scorpio oppose Uranus and Taurus. So Mercury will be in your 8th house, where you're working hard in regards to funds, money, and resources, maybe doing some research. And the opposition to Uranus represents like where you have an aha moment, or you have a breakthrough in regards to something with your finances. It can represent needing to get some assistance or help from someone when it comes to moving money or having access to your funds. Now then on the 6th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Virgo trine Pluto in Capricorn. So Venus is in your 6th house of help, helpers, health, your health team, pets, and it's in a trine to Pluto. So you could have somebody who could be helping you feel like you have more power or control over your work, your habits, or your routine. So maybe this is like, you finally overcome some kind of challenge with somebody in the office. Maybe you're able to, remedy an ailment and you're kind of getting back to work and feeling better. Something starts to feel like it's flowing a little bit better and that there's more harmony between your daily routine and also your career. Also the same day, Mercury and Scorpio will trine Neptune in Pisces. So Mercury's still in the 8th house. It's trining Neptune. So it's also saying, okay, where there is some sense of listening to intuition. Maybe this is about being tapped into dreams. I get a little suspicious about Mercury in the 8th house trine Neptune. It can be a time where there are precognitive like dreams or intuitive flashes or hunches that something is about to end. And Mercury can deal with, siblings. It can also deal with like contracts or agreements. But it can also deal with the 6th house, which is like about health or habits or pets. So watching Mercury trine Neptune, it does pay to be kind of tapped in, but you may have a hunch that something is about to end because the 12th, 8th, and the 4th house in your chart does represent completion points because these are water houses. On the 8th of the month, Venus enters Libra, which is wonderful for you. This is bringing you an opportunity to have much more support and sweetness in relationships. If you're somebody who is single, it can be a good time to get out and meet people. If you're somebody who's partnered, you might just notice that there is more appreciation and connection with a partner. This is also good for, your marketplace, things that you're selling or services that you're selling, because people might have an interest while Venus goes through your 7th house. Eventually, you will see at the end of the month that Venus will make contact with the South Node. So I went back and I made sure, and sure enough, right at the end, that will happen. So it can, for some of you guys, indicate that it is possible that there is like a connection from the past, or somebody from the past who comes back around, or you're, reminiscing about somebody, or that you run into somebody. That can definitely happen. Then we're going to see on the 10th of the month, Mercury will enter Sagittarius. So it'll leave Scorpio, it'll go into your 9th house. And this is going to have you thinking, talking, working on, maybe doing some research on education, travel, philosophy, and beliefs. You're going to see the Sun, Mercury, and Mars all move into this house this month. So whether you're, looking to apply for programs, or you're thinking about publishing a book, or maybe you're wanting to kind of learn a new practice, wherever Mars goes, that's where you are. So you're going to be doing one of these things: long distance trips, hanging out at airports, learning something, writing something, working with a teacher or a mentor, trying to complete some kind of program. One of these things is likely to come up for you this month. And one thing that you'll see as these ingresses happen is that everything's going to square Saturn. So there's going to be some blind spots or some hangups revolving around a time crunch or travel delays, or somebody not signing off on something, or, being told you can't go there yet, or that there is some kind of limitation. And it can be that, parents, because Saturn can represent a parent, bosses are the ones who are kind of standing in the way and keeping you from being able to do this thing that you want to do. Anyway, when you have the Mercury enter Sagittarius transit happen, for the most part, it's positive for an Aries rising because it's in alignment with you. It's a fellow fire sign. but it immediately will come into a square with Saturn. So watch for those delays. Not the best day for contracts or communications. Then we are going to see on the 11th, Mars in Scorpio will oppose Uranus in Taurus. So Mars in your 8th house, where you're really focusing on passion, transformation, research, going deep and being able to uncover something. The opposition to Uranus can literally represent some kind of a tiff you're having with a friend about finances. It can represent that you are cutting or removing or purging something physically from your body, right? The second house. Or maybe you're saying, you know what, that's it. I'm cutting ties with this banking institution, right? Because big companies are represented by Uranus. So if you have a spat with a friend, or if you decide that you don't like the customer service that you have at your grocery store or your bank or something like that, I could see you being like, that's a wrap. I'm not bringing my business here any longer. You can get kind of testy. Mars is the faster moving planet. So I could definitely see someone or something also, kind of like maybe attacking your resources or demanding some kind of payment or refund for something. That can come up here as well. Not the best day for surgeries or surgical procedures, elective procedures, cosmetic procedures, heat cutting, cutting into something or removing something. It's not best under the Mars-Uranus opposition. And moving money or investing very quickly also, I would not do. All right, so then on the 13th, we're going to have a new moon in Scorpio. That'll be in your 8th house, conjunct Mars. Very important new moon for you. This is about being like coming to terms with what needs to change. This is where you get sick of your own shit, pun intended, Scorpio, right? So the 8th house is like, this has to go. I'm doing this now. And that very same day, then the sun will oppose Uranus. So it's going to represent basically through opposition, something that's out of your control. So there's a back and forth that you're doing with another person about a financial situation, what you want somebody else has, or vice versa. Then we're going to see on the 18th, we're going to have a sun in Scorpio conjunct Mars. So that will happen in your 8th house. And that's important to pay attention because this can represent a deep healing, a clearing, a purging away of something from your childhood. It can represent being protective or, taking care of someone or something that you love. It can be a time where you're also just all about being like, we have to cut everything that's just not working. We have to clear it out. And remember, Scorpio is emotions. It's not just about physical stuff. It's emotions. And I could definitely see a lot of Aries and Aries rising doing a lot of detoxes, purges, cleanses, working with also cleansing the bowels or anything that could be like toxic out of the system. Specifically, I wonder if it's going to be about, cutting foods that might be leading to inflammation, or it might be about, detoxing and getting like metals out of your diet. That could be coming up here as well. All right, so then we have on the 23rd, Sun in Sagittarius will square Saturn in Pisces. So the sun will be lighting up your 3rd house. It's going to square Saturn. So think back to what happened when Mercury squared Saturn, where news was coming that's like, oh, maybe I'm not going to have the time to travel, or maybe I can't get work off. And then the sun comes into a square with Saturn and it's like, yeah, but I really want to do this thing. And somebody's saying, I don't know. Sagittarius, like I said, is in the superior position. So there's a lot of you being like, well, why can't I do this? Or what is the reason why this is not being allowed? Challenging kind of like the status quo in some way. So I could see that being the case. And especially like if you're somebody who's a college student, or if you're somebody who maybe is like having like a chat or a debate with somebody on a philosophical topic, or maybe you're talking to like a faith leader. You may not necessarily see eye to eye about some things with these squares. And then we're going to see on the 24th, Mars enters into Sagittarius. So now your chart ruler changes signs. Obviously, trining your sun, moon, or rising, that's great. But then it's going to immediately start coming into a square with Saturn on the 25th. So there's an ongoing theme of your faith, your belief system, your education, your travel, your lawyer, what have you. Your philosophy about the world is challenging what other people say, you know, things have to be. Saturn and Jupiter energies are so different. Saturn is meant to be kind of doom and gloom, and life is hard and it's tough, and you know, things are challenging. And Sagittarius, Jupiter energy is more positivity, optimism, anything is possible, you know, you can do it. So I look at all this positive Sagittarius energy coming in and squaring Saturn. You know, I'm not an Aries, I'm an Aries moon, but I feel this really strongly on an emotional level that for me, it's been kind of looking at things going like, is ignorance actually bliss? If we were to stop being so consumed with the doom and gloom in the headlines, if we were constantly, you know, reminding ourselves not to just freak out and go into panic mode and fear every time we hear all these things going on in the world, what if we believe that there is good in the world? What if we believe that things can change, that we have the ability to supersede what's going on right now, that, you know, maybe it took some of these events to get us to kind of open up our minds and realize that we have to band together. So this could be for you like this moment where you're like, you know, am I having a crisis of faith? You know, is the events of the world having me doubting, you know, what I thought I believed in or what I thought I knew? But it also can be you championing, you know, other people and kind of saying like, we have to work together. We have to be able to see the positive in everyday life, and we still have to enjoy ourselves. We still have to have fun. We can't let ourselves to be feeling oppressed by some of the events that are kind of taking place. So that's my hot take on all of these Sagittarius squares between your 9th and your 10th house. Excuse me, your 9th and your 12th house. Then we're going to see on the 27th, you'll have a full moon in Gemini. And Mercury obviously will be in Sag, and it will square Neptune. So something revolving around some completion with a contract, a communication, with travel, with siblings, with documents. There can be like getting ready to publish something or getting ready to go on a trip, but it's like really putting a theme on the Sun square Saturn where it's like, oh, but I don't have it complete, or I don't have the edit on it yet, or I overlooked, you know, an issue with the microphone, or I got to the airport, I didn't have my passport, it didn't come soon enough. These things can kind of happen with a full moon, which is going to be in a square to Saturn. Watch for communication issues, watch for issues also if you're somebody who's like applying for programs or applying for visas or applying for, you know, travel. There can be some kind of awareness that's like, oh, actually I missed a step. I didn't sign something. Now I got to go back and I got to do it again type of thing. And communication issues are going to be rampant with that particular square. And then finally, because I found it, on the 29th of the month, you're going to see Venus come into conjunction with the South Node, which is important because Venus is the ruler of the South Node. And for some of you guys, that conjunction and also Venus having just reactivated the solar eclipse degree, Venus square Pluto, there will be a sense of some people still going through the final kind of throes of clearing out relationship karma, letting people go, wrapping things up, saying goodbye. So that can definitely be happening for some of you guys, okay? So let's see what the cards say for you for the month ahead. The card that I got for you is the Ten of Swords, which I'm not surprised. We've got a hefty kind of energy moving through the 8th house, which can be about release, death, you know, grief, letting go. But also I'm thinking about some of the squares to Saturn and also to Neptune. Painful endings, feeling stabbed in the back, loss, left behind, crisis, deep wounds, collapse, exhaustion, betrayal, and failure. This is also about anything connecting to Mercury and Gemini. Now, while Mercury is not going to be in Gemini, we are going to see Mercury that is going to be moving through the opposite sign, and we're going to see a Gemini moon. And Mercury will be in Sagittarius, square Neptune. So I think that there could be some like feeling disappointed about something, feeling disappointed and kind of feeling at a loss about some realization that comes up this month that's like, okay, I thought this thing was going to happen and it's not going to happen. Or somebody who said they were going to have your back and then you're like, okay, I'm realizing and I'm recognizing that they don't. Don't take this as like a negative reading. Okay, everybody's going to have some of these oppositions and squares this month one way or another. But for you in particular, I feel like there is the ending of one belief and the beginning of another that's emerging. So remember that that North Node is ruled by Mars. And the North Node's in your sign, and Mars is going through your 9th house, which is saying if I don't resonate with a belief system anymore, if it's not suiting me, if it's not serving me, then I need to believe in myself. And it might send me on the pursuit of going and finding the truth, or studying something else, or believing a new belief system or philosophy, or participating in like a new, spiritual or even like religious or educational pursuit. So the pursuit of truth is probably what's going to be coming up for you this month. Okay. Good luck with that, Aries. I'll see you next month. We have got Taurus and Taurus rising. What's going on, Taurus? Welcome to your November 2023 horoscope. I hope you're doing well. Just as a heads up for you, Taurus, you're just coming off of this eclipse. For some of you guys, I know you're watching this early. It has not happened yet. Just because the eclipse is over at the end of October, it does not mean it's over. You are still going to be feeling some of the energies really for the better part of like the next couple of months. Jupiter is going to hang around that 5 degrees until the new year. So you will still feel some of the ricochets of that eclipse taking place in November. Venus, which is your chart ruler, will be changing signs this month. We are actually finally going to see Venus move into Libra, which is positive because it's moving through a sign that it is associated with. I know it's associated with your sign as well. Sweet and salty. So Venus will be moving into Libra, which is better for harmony and diplomacy and relationships. But we're also going to be seeing Venus moving through a part of your chart that can be challenging. It can represent some challenges in regards to feeling a little disgruntled in love or relationships, feeling like there is some things that need to be kind of tended to in relationships. Venus going through the 6th house, we get a little disgruntled in committed relationships. It can be an indication of certain things starting to break down because it is 12th house to your 7th. Equally, you'll see Venus kind of touch on the South Node. Now, Venus rules your 1st house of the self and body, and it also is to do with your habits. So I'm kind of wondering if this is going to be about just some changes in your habits this month. It can mean that, you're wanting to focus more on grooming and self-care and making the time for it. It can mean that you're wanting to focus more on bringing more beauty into your daily routine and your life, or making time for dating, or, sprucing up your office space. Anyway, watch the Venus ingress. That's going to be really important. And also pay attention when Venus comes into conjunction with the South Node. Obviously, we got a ton of planets most of the month that's moving through your opposite sign. And so that is going to quite literally make sparks fly between you and another person. So if you're partnered, it can be a time where there can be some fierce debates. You might notice that your partner is going through some stuff where they're just being rather self-focused. Sun and Mars in the 7th. And if you're somebody who has like a client-based business, you might just notice it's really busy. There might be a sense of just people like really pressing you to like want to work with you or collaborate with you. And sometimes opposite energies, these oppositions can be magnetic. So it can be drawing people in towards you. So people might be walking up to you, approaching you in stores. You might have people who are asking you if you're available, if you want to, grab a drink or dinner. So be mindful that there's a lot of action revolving around other people right now. Okay, so the month's going to start off first on the 3rd with the Sun in Scorpio in opposition to Jupiter in Taurus. So this represents somebody else's ego, somebody else's drive, in opposition to your wisdom, your philosophies, your beliefs. It is possible that maybe you're finding yourself in a situation where you're spending time with a partner and their friends. It may be a time where you are, collaborating with other groups, right? Because Jupiter rules friends and groups. And that brings somebody kind of new into your world. So that's possible. It can also mean that it's a time where you're more optimistic and excited about, potential collaborations or clients or relationships with other people. Other people might be coming to you seeking your wisdom. That's the other way of looking at it. And this very same day, we're also going to see Venus in Virgo coming into an opposition with Neptune. So Venus is in the 5th house, and it's going to oppose Neptune. So this basically means that there can be some clarity issues revolving around what makes me happy, what do I enjoy, what brings me pleasure versus what brings somebody else pleasure. So I feel like this might be a day where you're having to kind of like, play nice, and you may have to participate in something socially that you're not totally crazy about. It could be as simple as, a partner saying, hey, let's watch a movie. There's a movie that they really want to watch and you don't have an interest in it. Venus-Neptune oppositions can be talking about what one person perceives to be as beautiful or, comfortable or social. You may not necessarily share that same belief. This can also mean that, like some kind of opposition between the 1st and the 7th is doing something different outside of your relationship, and how that also challenges or makes changes revolving around your goals. Then on the 4th, we're going to see Saturn go direct in Pisces. So, Saturn going direct is going to represent some kind of goals that are forming and coming together more in a much more solid sense. It can give you an opportunity to have a better understanding of what you're hoping to achieve, especially with the money that you're making from your career. But it also can have connections to there being some like definitive change that's getting ready to happen in regards to a friendship. Saturn in the 11th is teaching you that it's important to really have people by your side that support you, who have similar beliefs or, kind of goals. Networks and other things can be a huge theme with Saturn going direct here as well. This very same day, Mercury in Scorpio will oppose Uranus in Taurus. So Mercury will be still in your 7th house where you're focusing on communication with partnerships. But that opposition to Uranus tells me that like you may not see eye to eye with something. This is like a kind of argumentative, not seeing the same perspective as another person. Uranus and Jupiter in your sign makes you somebody who's very insightful and kind of like a bit of like a live wire. And Mercury in Scorpio can be somebody who's asking questions, going deeper, they're digging, and you can get kind of irritated if somebody's getting a little too much into your personal space. Then we're going to see on the 6th of the month, Venus in Virgo will trine Pluto in Capricorn. So Venus will still be in your 5th house of playtime, passion, creativity, children, and it'll be trining Pluto. Pluto rules Scorpio, 7th house. So this to me tells me that this can be like a very romantic day on tap. This can be great for planning trips, going places. This can be also wonderful for your children and education and travel if you have kids. It can also be a time where you're taking some of your creative projects and you're focusing on how to market it or how to put it out into the world. This very same day, we're also going to see Mercury in Scorpio trine Neptune in Pisces. So Mercury will still be in your 7th house and is trining Neptune. Talking to either a friend or a partner about your creative or your spiritual goals, having a very soulful conversation. I like the trines between the 7th and the 11th and the 5th and the 9th. It makes me feel like you can be on the same team as another person when it comes to finally being able to kind of cut through some of that opposition where maybe you guys weren't seeing each other so clearly, and now you're able to kind of, get the communication out a little bit more in a way where you guys can be on the same page. On the 8th of the month, Venus is going to enter Libra, and that's going to be positive for you because, like I said, it's going to be a change getting it out of Virgo. When Venus goes to the 6th house, focus on your health, your habits, your workspace, tidying things up, making it more beautiful, making it more comfortable. Can there be relationship issues in this transit? Sure, but you have it once a year. I'd be more watching what happens when Venus comes into contact with the South Node. Nurturing, caring, loving relationships also pertaining to like pets and things that you might kind of take care of. All right, so then we're going to see on the 10th of the month, Mercury enters Sagittarius. So Mercury will go into your 8th house. And you'll see a slew of planets go into your 8th house. Mercury, Mars, the Sun. All of this energy is having you go through a transformation of ego, mind, and action, okay? Mars in the 8th house does well, but Mercury and Mars, there's going to be a lot of communication revolving around money, joint resources, taxes, what money a partner is making, what money you owe, what your investments are paying out as. These are all the themes. So this can be a time, especially, you know, November, where it's like things are really paying off, Taurus. You're starting to see a chunk of money come in. But the challenge here is that all of this comes into a square with Saturn. So what you'll see when this happens is that there's something that's getting checked. I could see some Tauruses where money's coming in and it's like the end of the year and you're like, okay, what do I do with it? I need to reinvest it. Otherwise there's going to be tax stuff. Squares to Mercury can represent where there's changes in your joint resources and now you're having to reassess or reevaluate your goals. You know, how do you want to make money? What do you want to be doing with it? Especially if you're, you know, dealing with like funding and like friends or funding in like group situations. Owing people money, you know, money that you're getting from joint resources, money that you're getting from some kind of group collaboration. You can have some issues with, you know, people kind of having sticky fingers being like, well, where's mine? On the flip side, all these planets going through your 8th house, if you are somebody who's partnered and you're in a committed relationship, it can be a time where your partner's just doing a lot more business and they're drumming up more resources. Anyway, Mercury will square Saturn, so there can be some communication issues between joint resources and also goals or friends and money. And then we're going to see Mercury... Yeah, so Mercury going to Sagittarius square Saturn. Okay, so then on the 11th, Mars in Scorpio in your 7th house will oppose Uranus. This is a day where I'm going to assume somebody's going to try to get your goat, okay? Mars in Scorpio is very strong. It can be a little bit of a challenge. It can feel like somebody who's being a bit of an aggressor or being a bully or somebody who's picking a fight. And they will be picking a fight with the wrong bull. Because Uranus is going to kind of light up like a Christmas tree and it's going to kind of, it's going to get reactionary. Uranus rules your 10th house. So you're not going to be want to be told what to do. You're going to feel like somebody or something is kind of bossing you around and it can put you in a position of feeling like you want to blow up. Then on the 13th of the month, you're going to have that new moon in Scorpio where you're setting new intentions revolving around relationships. So if you're single, you can set intentions for the kind of person you want to meet, how you want to meet them. Likely these manifestations will manifest very quickly because it is going to be conjunct Mars. However, around the same time, you're also going to see the Sun oppose Uranus. So this is somebody else's will, especially when it comes to, you know, their action, their drive, their ego, their desire. Can represent going back and forth with somebody in regards to something at home or the home base, some friction revolving around that. And the Sun opposed Uranus tells me that somebody might be trying to get you to do something that you don't want to do and you're going to kind of act up. But that's blurred together with the Mars-Uranus opposition as well. Then on the 18th, you're going to have the Sun in Scorpio conjunct Mars, okay? So there's just so much energy revolving around other people and them taking action and like how you respond to it. And I feel like this is also about how you're responding to clients, partners, work collaborators, like initiating and taking some kind of like action. The key with Jupiter and Uranus in your 1st house is to be somebody who's wise, gives them advice and says, yep, go and do it, you've got it, and like helps diffuse what could potentially be a situation that can kind of be combative. Then you're going to see on the 23rd of the month, the Sun in Sagittarius will come into a square with Saturn in Pisces. So the Sun will have moved into the 8th house and it's squaring Saturn. So there is clearly something going on where maybe there's a change or a transformation within your home. Maybe you're having to put your head together with a partner and start talking about a budget and, you know, what it would cost to move or make a change in the living situation or who's going to pay what if somebody's going to be moving or moving out. The 8th house square to Saturn can also represent where, your goals being different than another person in terms of what you're hoping to achieve on the home front. Delays also in regards to some changes there. Then we're going to see on the 24th, then Mars enters into Sagittarius. Okay, so you're going to have Mercury and the Sun and Mars all in your 8th house. So change is the name of the game. Sagittarius is a sign that in conjuncts or quincunx your sign, Taurus. So it means that it's a bit of a blind spot. You don't see some of these things coming. What is Sagittarius though? Philosophy, your belief, right? Education, themes revolving around travel, culture. So, Sag wants to get up and go. It's mutable fire. Taurus is fixed earth. It doesn't want to go anywhere. So a lot of this could be change that you experience through travel, moving around, through learning, through transportation, changes in your belief system and your philosophy that can actually help liberate you. It can give you a bit of a break from your daily routine. But when you see the Mars in the 8th house transit, you are going to have more passion and opportunity to have access to change, access to other people's resources as well. And Mars rules the North Node. So it does mean that in order for you to achieve more time for rest, recuperation, travel, spiritual kind of balance, and time away, Mars in the 8th house is saying, well, you can do that. You can make a change. You could actually, go somewhere. You could do something. Even if you're not doing it now, you may be planning it, and it might be something that's like coming as we're getting closer to the end of the year. So this can just be the beginning process of that. I could definitely see like a lot of Taurus risings getting a little restless and wanting to go somewhere. And it's like how partners are responding to the fact that you're like maybe wanting to do this very suddenly, and you may not have a plan. Okay, so then we're going to see on the 25th, Mars will square Saturn right here. So Mercury, Sun, Mars all square Saturn. Saturn rules work and it rules travel. So there's something about your goals and your routines and you're like, something's like not quite adding up, and you may not feel like you have enough hours in the day to do some of the things that you want to do. I quite honestly think that that's what a lot of this month is about. This can be a time also where you want to be really mindful of joint resources and, tax, insurance related matters. All of these things can come up with a loaded 8th house. Then you're going to see on the 27th of the month, you'll have a full moon in Gemini. That'll be in your 2nd house of money and income. So this is generally when we see, lump sums come in, a big check, a payment, a big purchase of some kind. Now that's going to happen while you're having Mercury in your 8th house square Neptune in your 11th house. And this full moon represents a completion point in matters of money and resources. And this particular moon is going to square Saturn. So it means that, some kind of change or delay or challenge in regards to your finances or your self-esteem is coming from whether or not you have the support you need, the friends you need, you're belonging to the groups or the networks that you need to be belonging to. Very interesting, Taurus. It's looking to me like, changes in relationships can have some big financial implications. It's also looking to me like that you would really benefit by taking a little bit of a break and resting and recuperating. I do think that, Venus going through your 6th house can be putting an emphasis on, tending to your health. And then eventually the South Node is going to come into contact with Venus, and that's going to be around the 29th. And that can be a time that you really want to check in with your health because, South Node represents what we're letting go of. The 1st house can represent the physical body. It will be making an inconjunct to Neptune when it forms that conjunction to the South Node. So for some of you guys, it could be like realizing who your friends are based off of who checks in with you when you need help the most. Take note of like what friends, what coworkers, what relationships, like who's checking in on you when you're going through something. It's going to really show you who your people are, right? And I know a number of Taurus risings personally, and also some of my clients where The solar eclipse in the 6th house, you know, prompted a health issue, and now the lunar eclipse in the 1st house is trying to kind of remedy that issue, right? Taking better care of your body, healing. So some of you guys are going to be feeling that this month. The card that I got for you is the Hierophant. Well, the good news is like you can handle this, right? You were kind of born for this. This is your card. The Hierophant is about spiritual wisdom, religious beliefs, tradition, convention, conformity, education, knowledge, and your belief system. For me, okay, Saturn being the ruler of your 9th house in the 11th, and you're going to see all these planets come into the 8th house square it, your beliefs revolving around your goals, around relationships, around resources might be changing. You might be, you know, reevaluating what you've always committed to. And some of the friendships that are changing might be because of your, you know, your beliefs that are shifting. I also feel like the Hierophant is talking about your commitment to your identity out in the world, right? Very soon you're going to see Pluto come back into your 10th house. And so I feel like for some of you guys, this is kind of like the last stretch where if you want to get some free time, if you want to have some fun, if you want to cut loose for a little bit, doing so before we get into Pluto and Aquarius is a good idea, because the new year is going to boast like all hands on deck, being very focused on your professional life. So now can be a time where you're actively, right, fire, pursuing, you know, rest, recuperation, change, healing, time away, you know, so that way you get a little bit of a break. And also you can kind of bounce back from some of these eclipses before 2024 is very, very busy for you. So the Hierophant's probably trying to get you to think about what you're committing to, and overall what your beliefs are when it comes to maybe your career and your life purpose. Good luck. We got Gemini and Gemini rising. Welcome to November of 2023. I hope you're doing well. My Geminis, well, for starters, we are going to see obviously Mercury change signs. We are going to see a number of planets enter into Sagittarius, which is your 7th house. So you're going to see a real theme around the second part of the month is going to be about relationships, actions with relationships, clients, friends, long distance relationships, because you got Sagittarius on the descendant, partners traveling. It could also potentially be just more action revolving around others. Now, something you want to take into consideration is that when planets are going through Sag, it's opposing you, so it's relational, and it's also going to be squaring Saturn, which deals with your career. So in a way, there's things that are going on that are happening pertaining to your relationships that's challenging your career, challenging also your status, challenging your reputation. So you can have some people who can come in that can, you know, kind of push your buttons a little bit and try to see if you're going to stay on top. If you are in a client-based business, or if you work with a partner or a spouse, it can just be a little bit more of an active time. Pay attention to when Mercury squares Saturn. That might sting a little bit. Also, we're going to have a full moon at the end of the month. That's going to be in your sign, and that is going to feature Mercury square Neptune, and it's also going to be featuring a full moon in your 1st house, which will square Saturn. So those two particular transits I really want you to pay attention for, because that can definitely bring some pressure to your chart. In both scenarios, to me, it seems like both Saturn and Neptune are the focal point. So it's like, what are your, you know, what is your vision of your professional life and your career? And what are you releasing or dissolving that's not serving you or that you no longer believe in? Full moons can definitely promote or bring about some theme revolving around you, your emotions, your behavior, your reactions, your body, your appearance. All right, so we start the month off on November 3rd with the Sun in Scorpio, and it's going to oppose Jupiter in Taurus. Now, the beginning of November, you know, Sun, Mercury, Mars, all in your 6th house is really highlighting What are you getting done? Are you working out? What is your daily routine like? What's going on in the office space? How is your health? Certainly with planets in Scorpio, not necessarily the easiest for Gemini because it in conjuncts or quincunx your sign. So the sixth house can feel like this never-ending list of things you need to get done. It can feel like the nagging people at work that, are just constantly asking you for something, constantly cleaning up, clearing out, getting stuff, together. The pros of this is Mars is here and it's willing to do the work. It's willing to roll up its sleeves and say, let's just get this handled. And Mars rules not only your goals, but your groups or your friends. And Mars also has connections to Scorpio. So you might have friends that are saying, hey, you got to tackle, taking care of that thing. I'll come help you do it. I'll help you, clean the house before you have the party. I will, help you walk the dog. I'll bring you soup if you're sick. It pays to have friends or a community that can kind of assist you through this process. It might also be a much more social time at work. So if you're somebody who works in an office space, there might be more outings and kind of get-togethers and celebrations going on as well. Really the key here is about staying on top of your habits, staying on top of your schedule, and managing things accordingly. Because you will see planets in your sixth house will oppose things in your 12th house, and like bad habits can come up, health problems can come up, and there can also be some kind of frustration that you're having with workers or co-workers or even with people who assist you. But the sun will oppose Jupiter, okay? So this is saying like you're focusing on your daily routine, your health and your habits. And then the opposition to Jupiter is indicating that anything is possible if you believe, right? Jupiter in the 12th house can kind of indicate that maybe you have a partner that's traveling and they're apart from you for a period of time for work. It might mean that you have to travel for work. That could come up. It could also mean that it's mind over matter, right? Where the sun, Mercury, and Mars is like, I'm going through the motions. Jupiter in the 12th house is like, yeah, because I have faith, because I'm meditating, I'm working out, but I'm watching videos, I'm, doing yoga, but I'm also praying. This is about connecting the mind, the body, and the spirit. And it can very much be about, creating time to be out in nature or making sure that you're actively going through some of these habits and going, okay, this isn't working. I have to cut this or that out of my lifestyle or out of my diet. Now, the very same day, you're going to have Venus in Virgo oppose Neptune in Pisces. So Venus will be in your 4th house. It is going to oppose Neptune. So that's basically saying maybe you're feeling stretched a little thin and like you're feeling like you need support. And maybe because you don't have your support system, you're like, I am just like bogged down with taking care of things and making sacrifices for things at home. And it's kind of like making me feel like it's keeping me away from what I could or should be doing in regards to my career. It will pass. It's not going to be a transit that's going to last very long. Because Venus has to do with like romantic partners or children, it might mean that you're feeling like you're hoping and you're dreaming to do bigger things out in the world. And you're like either taking care of a younger sibling or a relative or a child. And you're like, okay, this is amazing. I love them. But like, what else could I be doing? I want to get out there. On the 4th, you're going to see Saturn go direct in Pisces, which is important because it's in an angular house. So this is about basically Saturn waking up, and really showing you, okay, now we're going to start unveiling everything that you've been working on in terms of your professional life. If you've been hoping to get back to work, this can actually bring a job offer. This can bring a promotion. This can also bring an opportunity for you to get more recognition out in the world for the work that you're doing. If you happen to be an early degree Gemini, sun, moon, or rising, like 0 to 4 degrees, you're going to be really feeling Saturn a lot this month, not just because Saturn's waking up, but also because of that full moon. When Saturn is at the top part of the chart and it's square the ascendant and the descendant, in so many ways, what you're going to realize is that there's like this tug of war that you're going to feel this month between your relationships and what actions your partners are taking versus what your dreams are out in the world. And you're gonna feel the pull. But I do think that good things are coming if you've been really dedicated and committed to the future of your professional life. Now on the 6th, you're going to see Venus in Virgo trining Pluto in Capricorn. So Venus will be in the 4th house. It's trining Pluto. some kind of power opportunities coming in, investment opportunities, some kind of financial support maybe coming from home or family, an opportunity to change or transform something about home and joint resources. The very same day, Mercury will trine Neptune. So Mercury will be in the 6th house, trining Neptune in the 10th. Now you are Mercury. So this is about you being like, okay, I've gotten something organized, I've healed something, I've worked through it, and I believe that I can find a solution. And then you're also going to see the Venus-Pluto trine. So I feel like there might be powerful opportunities to make big changes in regards to your purpose, your home life, and your daily routine. So you can find better balance between work and home. Then on the 8th, we're going to see Venus enter into Libra. So Venus will move into your natal 5th house, which is also a sister air sign. So this is really wonderful because Venus in this part of the sky represents more opportunities for romance, dating, connection, creativity, having fun, socializing. Venus loves being in the 5th house, and at some point throughout this transit, she will trine your sun, moon, or your rising, which is allowing you to kind of connect, move around, socialize, do the things that Geminis want to do. Now, single Geminis, it is possible that you can find love. There can be secret admirers that can pop up this month because Venus rules your 12th house. It might be a time also where you are finding yourself on stage, performing, creating, or sharing something that you have created that you've been working on in private with other people. There can be lots of love going on with romantic partners and children as well, with Venus being here. Then you're going to see on the 10th, Mercury will enter into Sagittarius. So Mercury enters into your 7th house. This will be the first planet that you're going to see that's going to enter into your relationship house. So it's communication revolving around relationships. Mercury immediately squares Saturn. So there's going to be some sense of partners saying to you, you know, like, I need this from you, or I need that from you. And you're going to be like, yeah, but I'm busy. You're like, I got to work. You know, I have somebody or something needs me out in the world. I may not necessarily immediately be available. Somebody might be a little bit more critical also, or there could be a sense of you going back and forth with a partner about a home or a family situation. Then on the 11th, you're going to see Mars in Scorpio oppose Uranus in Taurus. So Mars will still be in your 6th house, where it's really focusing on healing matters relating to health habits and routine, and it will oppose Uranus. So this, for me, kind of feels like there are some unexpected scheduling changes. There can be some potential, I say potential, knock, knock, accidents. You know, when Mars conjuncts the moon, people cut their fingers, they, you know, burn themselves accidentally. They can be more accident prone. I definitely feel like with your 1st house ruler being in a square to Saturn, okay, so that itself can indicate, be very careful, accidents, broken bones, things like that. But then we take it a step further, and then we're going to see Mars oppose Uranus. Be very careful when you are, like, you know, at work or using scissors or anything sharp or anything hot, because the 12th house can quite literally represent needing some kind of assistance, needing some kind of treatment. Like, sometimes I've seen that with people that they're like, I cut my finger, I need to get stitches, you know? Then we see on the 13th, after the Mars-Uranus opposition, that we are going to have a new moon in Scorpio. So this is a new moon in your 6th house. Sun, moon, and Mars will be in conjunction. This is about setting new intentions revolving around health, habits, and routine. Very potent for all the 12 signs, but especially in the 6th house. If you're like, I'm cutting this from my diet, I'm going back to the gym, I'm going after the job, I'm finally training the dog. You know, there's some sense of having to put your mind to work, because the sun represents your 3rd house of communication. If you're moving, if you're having to, you know, to move or get a car worked on, you might do it suddenly. It might also mean that there is like a fierce, you know, communication or interaction that you have with a sibling or with a neighbor, and like a, you know, quick conversation about what you do or do not have time for. This can be also a wonderful time where you're saying, hey, I'm going to go and check in with my physician. I'm going to go and have some tests run. That can come up here as well. And on the same day, you're going to have the Sun oppose Uranus. Okay, so we've already had the Mars opposition, but now we're going to have the Sun opposition. And so this does make me feel like this is about how you're handling and communicating when your schedule changes. It's learning to kind of pivot and be flexible, and how to, work better with other people. All month long, these oppositions are relational. So this is about your daily habits versus, self-undoing, and where you're realizing that if you want to have more peace and more stability and serenity, right, Taurus, then it means that you have to do a little bit more work in, handling or working through things that require a little bit more effort, especially emotionally. Then on the 18th, you're going to see the Sun and Mars conjunct. And so this means that there is some new goal that's coming to mind in regards to your health, your wellness, and your routine. I love, like, for some Gemini and Gemini risings, like hot yoga. I love self-defense or martial arts. I love kickboxing. I would love you guys to do anything that's going to be about skills and defense, or being able to kind of like release some kind of frustration. That could be really good for you guys with this transit in your 6th house. Otherwise, you could feel like you're kind of like duking it out with like somebody at work, and you're having like a lot of like conflict with somebody, and like, yeah, it's not something that you want to have this month. Then we're going to see on the 23rd, the Sun will be in Sagittarius now, and it will come into a square with Saturn. So this is somebody else's ego, will, drive, or desire pressuring you, challenging your authority. So this is more relationships, partnerships, clients. Sagittarius can be, teachers, it can be mentors, it can be faith-related people, travelers, right? Foreigners. So challenging, being like, well, I need this. You're going to hear a lot of people going, well, I don't have time for this. I got to go. I've got something booked, or I'm planned, or I'm doing this, or I'm doing that. And so your Saturn is going to definitely feel that. It's going to be like, well, I would love to go, but I have work. I have responsibilities. I can't just, check out. That's great. You want to go somewhere, but I can't. Because work and having to show up is just going to keep ringing in your ear all month long. Then we have on the, on the 25th, that's when the Saturn square, the Mars square Saturn, is going to perfect. And I wonder if this is also like friends being like, we have something that we want to do. And you're like, I can't. All right. So then on the 27th, we're going to have the full moon. That'll be in Gemini in your sign. So you're going to have a full moon in your 1st house, which is completing a cycle for you, completing something revolving around your physical body, your appearance, your emotions, and your feelings. Mercury at the time is going to be hanging out, and that will be in Sagittarius in its fall square Neptune. I could definitely see this being like some friends that are in your ear, or a partner that's in your ear this month that's just like, call in sick, let's go to Disneyland, or like let's go somewhere, like, get out of work on Friday, because all this Sag energy wants to do something. And it's a lot of you being like, I don't know, can I get out of work? I don't know, who's going to take care of this thing? Or like, what am I going to tell my parents? Because there's a lot of dealing with either work or authority figures, and not knowing whether or not it's a good idea to take risks and do something outside of your comfort zone, right? That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting. And with Mercury square Neptune, somebody might be in your ear kind of telling you like, well, you don't like that job anyway, or, like somebody else will take care of it. There's no need for you to worry about it. Be careful with other people trying to persuade or convince you to not do the responsible thing, to not do the honorable thing, to not do the honest thing, because there can be some pressure that can be coming from other people in regards to this as well. Then we're going to see on the 29th, Venus will conjunct the South Node. Okay. And when Venus conjuncts the South Node, this kind of indicates that someone or something from your past can appear. Obviously, Venus rules, things that are subconscious and hidden. It can mean that, you are spending a lot of time in a private place and you're working on something that you're creating. It can mean that, out of the blue, you have a dream about a past romantic partner. It can mean that if you have children, you know, they're kind of going through something privately behind the scenes, where they're, you know, having a sense of like issues with their appearance or their relationships, or they're doubting themselves. But I think that this can be about tapping into your natural talent, especially because Libra can be beauty, Taurus can be art. So I'm wondering, like, do you go back and, you know, work on a hobby that you haven't done in a while? Do you finish painting a picture that you didn't finish painting? Do you, you know, go through the attic and, you know, go and get some like new craft related things, hobby related things that can be coming up here as well. But when Venus touches on the South Node, that's definitely a time where we're remembering, reflecting, reviewing, and then eventually releasing. So watch for that release point that could potentially be happening here. All right, so let's take a look. Let's see what the cards say for you, my Geminis. The card that I get for you is the Ace of Cups, which is so great. Having Venus going through your 5th house. Definitely wonderful for love and for relationships. Love, new relationships, compassion, creativity, emotions, emotional awakening, deeper feelings, proposal, spirituality, and intimacy, right? I wonder for some of you guys watching, you know, all these planets go into your 7th house, if a partner's, you know, trying to convince you, let's go and do this thing, like it's gonna be fun, we'll do this, and then you show up and you're like, well, how did they know that I had time off of work? Or, you know, like, how did they help me, you know, get out of this thing that I was, you know, committed to? And then you show up somewhere and then like your friends are there and then there's a proposal. That, I mean, that could be the squares to Neptune, you know, somebody being like, don't worry about work, it can wait, let's just go. And so there can be some really dramatic things happening with relationships, where relationships are really showing up for you as well. It doesn't have to be negative. And I think that the trines to the North Node in the 11th house is about enjoying yourself. It's about being present in the moment, having a good time, being able to focus on, just adventure and you know, seeing the bright side of things in life right now. Yeah, work has been heavy. There's been a lot of obligations and responsibilities, but this month, work with the trines between your relationship and your friendship house, because you'll realize that it's not all work and no fun. You have to have time to be able to do things. It's just about being able to balance those things. Relationships, partnerships are really important. So whether you're single or you're partnered, the Ace of Cups is saying that there is going to be a lot of love and support coming to you from relationships. And for some of you guys, it could be true love. Good luck. We have Cancer and Cancer rising. Welcome to November of 2023. I hope you're doing well. How are you doing after those eclipses? You good? Well, you're, for the most part, out of eclipse season. You might be feeling a little bit of the aftermath, but it's going to ease up as the month goes on. For the most part, I really, obviously for you, I focus on the lunations. So unless you have an outer planet or a planet that's coming into conjunction with your moon, the 2 times that I'm really focusing on are going to be the new moon in Scorpio, which will be taking place on the 13th. Fellow sister sign, conjunct Mars, 5th house of passion, creativity, and joy. What a sexy time and an opportunity for you to be able to really put some of your talents to work. If launching your own business is something you're thinking about, launching what could be a side hustle, this can also be a lot about romance and also taking initiative to go after the things that you want, because Mars rules your 10th house. Then we'll have a full moon in Gemini. That's going to be on the 27th. That's going to be in your 12th house, probably having you feel a little squirrely. Something you want to take into consideration is the 12th house is subconscious. We don't see it. It happens while we're sleeping. It happens while we're dreaming, while we are, you know, dozing off or we're meditating. So the 12th house is something that can kind of catch us off guard, or it can happen, you know, in our subconscious. Now, this full moon will square Saturn. Okay, so it can indicate that there is challenges revolving around your belief system about life, about relationships, about others. This is also going to be a full moon that is going to have Mercury in your 6th house squaring Neptune, which tells me there can be issues revolving around scheduling things, issues pertaining to travel, delays with education, and also there can be some legal stuff that can come up here. Remember, a full moon in the 12th house is highlighting hidden private spaces. At the time, Mercury is going to be in the 6th, so some of you guys might be like, I'm looking for a therapist, I'm looking for an urgent care, I'm looking for a rehab center, I'm looking for a retreat center, somewhere that I can physically travel to. Some of you guys might be looking for job assistance, job placement, that kind of stuff. So there's going to be something coming up revolving around these topics for you in this next month. That full moon also is going to square Saturn. So it might indicate that in order for you to move forward, number one, you need the faith, but number two, you might also need the skills. So I can see some of you guys being like, okay, I'm finally completing a program, or I'm finally deciding to go back to school, or I'm going to be going to a trade school. These things can be coming up for you throughout this month. All right, so we start on November 3rd, where the sun in Scorpio comes to make an opposition with Jupiter in Taurus. So as the sun moves through the 5th house, it's really highlighting joy, creativity, children, younger people, the inner child, dating, romance, and creative projects. So the sun in opposition to Jupiter is kind of highlighting where it could be a lucky break day, where you know just the right person to kind of help you get ahead when it comes to work, maybe even getting involved in a network or doing some collaboration with another group, or maybe even getting some job assistance. So somebody might be like, look, I know somebody, like, let me connect the two of you, you know, you'd be perfect for each other. This very same day, we're going to see Venus in Virgo oppose Neptune in Pisces. So Venus will be in the 3rd house, it'll oppose Neptune. The challenge is that Venus rules home, and it also rules friends. And with Venus in opposition to Neptune, it's like they might say, well, I have somebody whose place you can stay at, but it's further away. Or I have somebody who I know who is hiring, but they're across town. It might represent somebody who's quite literally at a distance in both of these situations. Now, on the 4th of the month, we're going to see Saturn go direct in Pisces. And the good news is like, you know, November boasts a ton of planets in Scorpio and also in the sign of Pisces. So Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising, you'll be experiencing water trines this month. This basically means that you're tapped in, you're intuitive, you're aware, you're picking up on the vibes out in the world. I do feel like Saturn going direct in the 9th house is giving you some sense of like clarity, maybe awareness, commitment, when it comes to education, travel, belief systems, or relationships. Now, relationships is connected to your 7th and your 8th house through Saturn, but relationships to counselors, mentors, gurus can come up here as well. For the most part, Saturn going direct is going to start showing you where there can be some forward motion and growth in regards to education, travel, and your belief system. If you happen to be an early degree Cancer, Sun, Moon, or Rising, the Saturn direct is actually going to be really positive as it's going to be supporting your ascendant. The very same day, Mercury in Scorpio will oppose Uranus in Taurus. So Mercury will be in your 5th house of fun and games, romance, and creativity, and it will oppose Uranus. This tells me that likely there's going to be maybe a little bit of shocking, surprising, or exciting news that comes out suddenly from a friend. You might hear from somebody you weren't expecting to hear from. It also seems to indicate that it's very possible that there is going to be a difference of opinion. You know, there can be sometimes strife through oppositions as well. Now, on the 6th of the month, Venus in Virgo will trine Pluto in Capricorn. So Venus will still be in your 3rd house at this time, and it'll come into a trine with Pluto. And for Cancer risings, to me, this seems like a real heart-to-heart moment that you're going to have with someone. You might have a heart-to-heart with a sibling or with a neighbor. It can be a really sentimental email or phone call that you get from someone that is trying to empower you, encouraging you to change or transform in some way. And it may do the same thing for a relationship. Then that same day, we're also going to see Mercury in Scorpio trine Neptune. So Mercury is going to be in your 5th house of romance and creative projects, and it's trining Neptune. So this is also like maybe healing things with your inner child, with your beliefs about yourself, about your worthiness, about your capabilities. Maybe it's about releasing some kind of anxiety or concern. Very intuitive, kind of tapped in trine though that you're going to be having. And I love the 6 for a number of reasons, but I really feel like this can be like the conversation you have with somebody that you really need to hear that gives you the motivation to be able to create change. All right, so then we're going to see on the 8th, Venus enters Libra. So Venus enters into your 4th house where it's bringing more beauty and comfort and stability and balance within relationships to home and family. Some of you guys are like, I'm buying new curtains, I'm looking for a new apartment, my partner's moving in, I'm buying some art for the house, like however you want to do it. This is bringing Venus to its home sign. And it also means that you could have friends coming to visit you in the home, or you could be staying in another person's home. Maybe you're having a woman come and stay with you. Maybe you're having a designer come and look at your space. Maybe a family, relative is coming to stay. Then we're going to see on the 11th, Mercury enters Sagittarius. So Mercury will enter into your 6th house where Mercury does well in the 6th. Obviously, Sagittarius, it can kind of embellish a little bit, but Mercury wants to organize, clean things up, get to work on systems and communication. So in Sagittarius, it means like there might be a job hunt underway. There might be also an opportunity for you to be sending lots of emails and phone calls and having lots of meetings if you are employed because of Mercury's connection to your 3rd. Running around getting stuff done, especially, in the neighborhood, getting some to-do things kind of checked off. You might start writing out to-do lists and other things that you need to do. Maybe you're making appointments for, medical checkups and things like that. And then eventually Mars will come into that house and you'll take the action. The sun will come into that house and you're going to see where it's actually like all taking shape. So those of you guys who are looking to make extra cash, or those of you guys who are looking to get back into work or to get into a routine, this is a really good month for that because you're going to have so much emphasis in Sagittarius in your 6th house. Now, the challenge when Mercury enters into the 6th is that it's immediately going to square Saturn. So I could see some of you guys going, well, I'm applying for jobs and it's asking for experience that I don't have, right? The square to Saturn is whether or not people feel like you're qualified for you to partner with them. It could also mean that, you have some kind of romantic connection with somebody who's in a different time zone, or they're traveling and you're like, I'm really busy working, my schedule's insane. I don't have the time to fly to them or get to them, or, I'm not so consistent with my phone calls and connecting with them. So there can be a sense of like work and your to-do list really dominating this month. And if you're feeling like you're trying to get a job and you lack the experience or the education, it may prompt you to be like, okay, I'm going to go and get these things done. All right, so we're going to see after Mercury enters Sag, the Mercury square Saturn. On the 11th, Mars enters into Sagittarius. So then Mars goes into your 6th house, and Mars represents your career, and the 6th house represents work and daily routine. So man, that could be like having too much work. That could be like if you're looking for a job and you're going to like a temp agency, or if you're working with like a job placement agency, suddenly something arrives very quickly. I do think that for you, this could also mean that you're taking action and taking initiative when it comes to learning more about health, fitness, and a daily routine. The only challenge here is that as soon as Mars comes into this part of the sky, it also is going to start, coming into a square with Saturn. All right, so then Sun in Scorpio will conjunct Mars. We already did that. Sun square Saturn. Okay, so then we're going to have the Sun square Saturn that's going to be taking place. Wait, am I doing this right? Mars and Scorpio. Oh, no, I take that back. You're going to have Mercury in Sag square Saturn and Pisces on the 10th. You're going to have Mars in Scorpio oppose Uranus in Taurus on the 11th. So Mars is in the 5th house of having fun. It'll oppose Uranus. This is where romance and friendships don't mix. This is where there can be too much partying, too much overdoing it. Then you're going to have a new moon in Scorpio that'll be in your 5th house, and that's going to be all about setting intentions about what you want to initiate, what you create, what you love. Then you're going to see the Sun conjunct Mars in Scorpio, so creative abilities, self-employment, and your love life is heating up. Then you're going to see the Sun in Sagittarius on the 23rd, square Saturn, so wanting to work and needing the skills. Then we're going to see Mars square Saturn. So this is about delays revolving around relationships and travel, delays revolving around experience and career. Then we're going to see on the 27th of the month a full moon in Gemini, and that is going to be taking place in your 12th house. So like I said, that's where you can be feeling a little squirrely, needing to get your safe space or a place where you can heal or kind of recover or be by yourself to recalibrate. And that will feature a Mercury in Sagittarius square Neptune. So there can be a need to get health services, support of some kind. And then on the 29th, you're going to see Venus come into conjunction with the South Node in Libra. So Venus conjunct the South Node in so many ways is saying that there is a lot of reflecting on your roots, your past, reconnecting with family, having to let go of something or someone within your home. Maybe it's that a friend from the past reconnects with you. Maybe it's that there is some kind of shift going on revolving around a relationship in your home. Okay, that's pretty much everything. It's a long month. For the most part, right? When we think about all of these energies in Scorpio, this is fun, creativity, romance, and your belief or your opportunity just to travel. Soon as energy shift into Sagittarius, where it quincunxes your ascendant, it looks like you're trying to work on your routine. It also looks like this is about staying busy, staying on track, staying healthy, tackling any health problems, and if you need the necessary skills, either doing some training, some traveling, or some re-educating to be able to facilitate making some change. All right, so let's take a look. Let's see what these cards say for you. The card that I get for you is the Five of Swords. And the Five of Swords is about conflict, disagreement, competitiveness, winning at all costs, stress, hostility, aggression, bullying, and intimidation. I feel like a lot of the transits into the 6th house that will be in conjunct your ascendant may feel like this. You may feel like there's challenges with other people and you're under the gun and that there's some kind of pressure. I know a lot of Cancer risings just recently had some blow-ups happen, either with family or within your living situation or with roommates. Maybe there was something that kind of went on in the family, even if it didn't impact you physically. And I think that this can be about how you're working through that. The 6th house is a house that does deal with like enemies, and with Jupiter being the ruler and Jupiter's in the 11th house, some friends or some associates are not your people. Some people at work are not your people. You may also find that you're kind of feeling like you're a bit being attacked in a way, and you're like, I'm just trying to get my stuff done, just like let me do my things. You're going to see a little bit of this even going into Capricorn season. It's important to have a goal that you're working on. It's important to have like a list of things that you're working from. Otherwise, I feel like this combativeness that might come from like Mercury and Mars is not going to be helpful, and it's going to kind of throw you off track, and it's going to make it almost seem impossible for you to be able to kind of figure out what's going to be best for you in the long run, whether that's in regards to work or health, because both of these things are kind of coming up. I also feel that the full moon in Gemini can be the completion point of just feeling like so overwhelmed that you're like, I just need some time away. So if that's the case and you're feeling like the people who usually kind of have your back aren't necessarily around, or they're not able to give you that support right now, going and taking time to rest and recuperate during that full moon is probably what you're going to want to do. Okay. Good luck, Cancer. We have Leo and Leo rising. What's going on, Leo? Welcome to your November of 2023. I hope it's going well so far. Let's talk a little bit about what's going on with the transits this month involving the sun. We're going to see a lot of them. The sun will meet with Mars. The sun will make oppositions to Uranus. The sun will also square Saturn. Probably the biggest one for me is when Sun opposes Uranus and you see some challenges revolving around what's going on with your home life versus your career, and where there's so much action going on at home that it's putting the pressure on some changes or innovations at work. And when the Sun and Mars come into conjunction, because it can represent there being some really potent energy that is planting a seed that might be talking about travel or relocation, moving to a foreign place, traveling to a foreign place. It can be talking about a lot of action in regards to in-laws. It could be talking about legal matters pertaining to home, family, and estate. The list goes on and on. And then finally, that Sun squares Saturn. So those are the transits that you're going to want to pay attention to the most. We do have a new moon. It's going to be this month in Scorpio, but that will be with the Sun-Mars conjunction that's already brewing. So you're going to see that there is definitely going to be a lot of themes revolving around home, men in the home, some kind of challenge or conflict in the home, there being some intensity on the home front. All right. So we kick off the month with the Sun in Scorpio, and it will come into an opposition with Jupiter in Taurus. Now, in my mind, this is like you being optimistic. That's like, we can do this and that. You know, it's like trying to be like Superman. We can focus on renovating the kitchen and still, you know, go to work and host Thanksgiving dinner, you know, like that kind of stuff. There's just going to be a lot of things that are expanding in several areas of your life. Obviously, where the sun goes is where you want to pay attention. You're coming off of this high of having had an eclipse in your 10th house. So some of you guys either just quit a job, or you just got an upgrade, or you got a new job offer, and now you're like, woo, okay, great, that's happened. Now back to like reality and having to kind of handle things that are going on in the home front. Sun opposed Jupiter is a positive, anything goes, you know, type of day. So I'm optimistic that it is possible for you to be able to have good news on both of these fronts. The very same day, though, we are going to see Venus in its technically its detriment, come into an opposition with Neptune. So Venus will be in Virgo here, opposing Neptune, where you're like, I've got the funds, but can you cover it? Can you handle it? I'm wondering if you're like trying to see if you can, you know, get the expenses necessary to buy a new car, to get a home loan, if you are, you know, feeling a little bit more financially secure maybe than that of a partner, right? Neptune in the 8th house can indicate a partner that doesn't have as much resources right now. Saturn in the 8th house could be that as well. And you're kind of like, okay, you know, should I make the sacrifice? Should I give this up for another person or for another thing? I do feel like this is about trying to meet in the middle. Oppositions are relational. I've said this to everybody. So where the 4th and the 10th house is about finding the middle ground between home and family responsibilities and work, this is going to be your resources versus other people's resources. Be careful with buying major things, investments, stuff like that this day. Too much suspiciousness around Venus in opposition to Neptune. Especially you might hear something or somebody might offer something and it seems too good to be true. It probably is. On the 4th of the month, you're going to see Saturn direct in Pisces. So that's important because Saturn rules your health habits and daily routine and your relationships. And it goes direct in your 8th house. So it does make me feel like possibly if you have been experiencing a delay with joint resources, with taxes, or a tax situation, with an inheritance, with, finishing up a loan or a mortgage or some kind of money owed situation. If there's been a delay in getting funding, this might open up. And the very same day, you're also going to see Mercury in Scorpio oppose Uranus and Taurus. So Mercury in your fourth house of home, making an opposition to Uranus. It means like, yeah, it's likely that there's going to be a situation where something's going on at home and you're like, okay, I'm handling this and you're handling that. Uranus represents your partnership. So as all these planets oppose your Uranus placement, Uranus transit, it's like you're going, okay, one way or another, both of these things are going to affect our home and our career life. So who's it going to be? Is it going to be me or is it going to be you? Who's making the changes? Who's making the sacrifices? And it's going to come down to money. Who's going to make the most money, or what city's going to be the most affordable, or who is capable of going back to work. These are the kind of things that you guys are going to sift through. Now, if you're single, it could be that you're getting a job and relocating, or because, you quit a job, you have to relocate, or you're going back home. And the reactions or the responses maybe that you're getting from home or roommates revolving around your work habits and your career. On the 6th of the month, Venus in Virgo trines Pluto in Capricorn. So Venus in the second house, trining Pluto in the 6th house. So I do feel like this is at the very least making you realize like, okay, it's worth making the sacrifice, doing what I need to do to be able to totally change and transform something about my work habits. And then you're going to see Mercury in Scorpio trine Neptune in Pisces. So Mercury is in the 4th house and it's trining Neptune. Interesting stuff. I do feel like this is about tapping into your intuition, knowing when it's okay to change, release, or let go of something. This can mean that you're willing to invest a little bit of money or spend a little bit of money to change or modify something on the home front. And you might be just using the Venus-Pluto, trine as, crunching numbers and trying to figure out what is our budget, what do we want to spend renovating something in the house, what do we want to spend on a down payment, what do we want to spend on a lease. And you're being really clear about your budget with that transit. So that's probably going to be about home related things and cost relating to either home or moving. Okay, so then we're going to see on the 8th of the month, Venus will enter into Libra. So Venus obviously is important because it rules the South Node. Venus moves into Libra. So this is going to be bringing more beauty and harmony to your relationship with neighbors, siblings. It could be, themes revolving around beautifying a car, getting a luxury gadget, maybe traveling a bit. But in this case, Venus rules also your 10th house. So I do think it's going to be more contractual, talking to people, your relationships with other people, especially professionally, so on and so forth. On the 10th, we're going to see Mercury enter into Sagittarius. So Mercury will leave your 4th house. It'll move into your 5th house. Well, when all of these planets eventually make its way into your 5th house, they will all be trining your sun, moon, or rising at some point, and they will also be making trines to Chiron in the North Node. So I'm really curious to see how this energy manifests for you, because it seems like some of the changes going on in the home front might be affecting your children, or it might be affecting a romantic relationship, or it might be affecting something about your self-employment, if you're self-employed, or your hobbies. But children and romance are the major themes that go on with the 5th house. And so you'll see Mercury go there. So you'll be talking about it. You'll be talking about your goals, or you'll be looking at your finances. Mars will move in here. So then there's going to be action taking place revolving around, traveling or education for fun, 5th house, tapping into also your inner creative or your inner romantic. Mars might represent traveling to go and meet with a romantic partner. And then the sun will get there. So, if you're single, traveling and meeting people is wonderful. Taking courses and classes and meeting people is wonderful. Going out to where there's theater and there's culture, places where there's going to be a nice mix of people, or maybe going to a place that you wouldn't usually go. I think of like Sag in the 5th, I'd be like, you know, like go to a salsa club, or, you know, like go to the other side of town and go and see a play, or, you know, go and try a type of cuisine that you wouldn't usually try. That's going to kind of increase the likelihood of meeting or connecting with somebody who's going to be around these particular, you know, themes of Sagittarius. Now, on the flip side, if it's not creativity or dating, it's kids, it's hanging out with kids, playing with kids, more emphasis on things regarding them and taking care of them, traveling with them, teaching them, that kind of stuff. And so when these planets all move through, the first one will be Mercury. They're all going to square Saturn. So it's going to be like, okay, so this is what we want to do, but can we afford it? Mercury square Saturn, I definitely feel like this is going to be more in regards to, you know, I would like to join with a group of people. Can I bring my kid? Can I bring my partner? Still a difficult day for communication, not the best day to be overdoing it, over budgeting, overspending, because you might have a situation where somebody is not capable of splitting the check with you. Then we're going to have on the 11th, Mars in Scorpio will oppose Uranus in Taurus. So this does tell me there's some kind of action going on in the home that's challenging your ability to stay focused and consistent at work. Obviously, if you're a Leo, Sun, Moon, or Rising, 20, 21, 22 degrees, you're going to feel that square pretty intensely. It'll be a T-square. But Mars is explosive, sudden, unexpected when it opposes Uranus. So I said this to you guys last month, but I'm going to say it again. This is where you want to have a to-do list at home. Be very careful when it comes to having issues with authority figures, with bosses, with father figures, stuff like that. Men in the home, Sun and Mars. Action in the home. You know, the Sun and Mars are going to conjunct. So this tells me that there's going to be a lot more of either you being at home, or there's a more momentum towards you moving, or there's a lot of dealing with like men in the family. That's kind of the energy that's building. And that change will make changes on the work front, professionally. Okay, so then we're going to have on the 13th a new moon in Scorpio. So new moon in regards to home, family. So if you're looking to move or redo something, if you're looking to visit back home, or if you're looking just to do some more work emotionally on, you know, on yourself, this is the moon to do it. Especially because the Sun, the Moon, and Mars will be in conjunction, and it's planting a seed. I think that's trying to get you to think about the bigger picture about home and family. So for some of you guys, it's like, oh, I'm wanting to plan having a family, or I want to have more kids, or I want to pick up and relocate. So your philosophy, or the bigger picture of where your life is going in regards to home and what you love is kind of coming full circle. Then we'll have the Sun-Mars conjunction on the 18th. That's important for you. I would say because it's so close to the new moon that it's almost like there's some role reversals changing. Like I know some Leo risings personally who are going through this transit, and it's like, yeah, there's so much going on out in the world in regards to your career stuff, right? Jupiter, Uranus in the 10th. But this is where the tables turn a little bit, and it might be like, well, I can go and do all that work out in the world, but I'd also like to stay home and, you know, like be a parent, or I would, you know, like to know that I can also have that counterbalance in my home life. And so it can, you know, put the pressure on either you to make changes in existing relationships, or be more open-minded about what relationships could look like that are potentially going to be, you know, supporting the kind of life that you're trying to build behind the scenes. Okay, then we have Sun in Sagittarius on the 23rd, coming into a square with Saturn. Okay, so that's the second square. For me, that's kind of being like challenges revolving around creativity, love, or children, and joint resources. Another day to watch the overspending. Another day to be really cautious and careful about also joint resources or investments, or taking chances on the stock market. Then we're going to see on the 24th, the Mars ingress into Sag. So we'll have Mercury, Mars, and the Sun all in the 5th house. And then what happens? Then we're going to have Mars square Saturn. So I think there's some realization that like what you're hoping to achieve, it's not going to happen all at one time. You have to be strategic with the planning. It's going to take time for this to evolve, whether it's a relocation or making changes with kids or family on the home front. Then we're going to see on the 27th of the month, there will be a full moon in Gemini in your 11th house. And this is all about friends, goals, parties, get-togethers, other people. And that full moon is an interesting one because it's going to feature Mercury in your 5th square Neptune. And Mercury is the ruler. So this is saying like there are things that I want to do, but you know, I'm really having to pay attention to my joint resources, you know, the money that I'm sharing with another person, the debt that I'm paying off, you know, the fact that I'm trying to save. So it's trying to get you to be aware of that. And then you're going to have the full moon in the 11th house, and it's also going to square Saturn. So the 2nd, 5th, 8th, and 11th house, these are all financial. And with Saturn and Neptune in the 8th house, this could be a situation where you're either trying to pay off debt, you're trying to save money, or there's somebody or something that you're assisting financially in some way. Maybe you're paying child support, maybe you're paying alimony, maybe you're waiting to receive an inheritance. Regardless of what it is, this is not the time to go like ham on some of these other people's money. You just want to kind of wait. Don't take any unnecessary risks when it comes to financial stuff because Mercury rules your 2nd house, and I do feel like there can be increased cost or risk associated with making investments right now. And then finally, on the 29th of the month, you're going to see Venus coming into conjunction with the South Node in Libra. Now, this is important because the South Node represents the past. It is ruled by Venus, and Venus has connections to both career as well as communications. So I think Venus going through the conjunction to the South Node could potentially represent, you know, having to release or let go of a way of thinking about your career or how your career was going to go or how relationships are supposed to go. It could also indicate that there is like a sense of somebody saying, you know, I quit, or I want to transfer into another department, or, you know, I'm thinking about taking some time off, you know, can you handle it? Because as Venus comes into conjunction here, it's going to be putting the pressure on Uranus. So it's going to represent a conversation coming that's going to be about changing the way that you look at work and how you work and the groups of people that you work with. Could you get a text message or a phone call from somebody from the past? Yes. Definitely with Venus on the South Node, the past can come knocking. But I think for you, it's more about letting go of how relationships are supposed to look or how your career is supposed to look. So that way you can be open to receiving this North Node, which I think is going to be more about you realizing like, oh, I'm still learning, or I'm getting a certification, or I'm training, or I'm traveling. Like these are the things that are going to start really popping up a lot for Leo risings. All right, so that's it for the month ahead. Let's take a look and see what these cards say for you, Leo. The card that I get is the Page of Wands, which is so perfect for you. This is about adventure, excitement, fresh ideas, cheerfulness, energetic, fearlessness, discovery, young spirit, limitless potential, and an extrovert. Pages represent new beginnings, something that we are initiating. They can represent younger people, smaller children. So I'm looking at all these planets going into your 5th house. You know, is this about you being more creative, you know, having more energy to play, taking chances more, having a good time? Probably, but this could also represent a younger person. So a Leo, a Sag, or an Aries can be popping up here. That can be encouraging you to do that. And I think the planets in the 5th house coming into a square with Saturn is finding ways to have a good time that may require sobriety, or may require less money, or, you know, less like spending and like kind of like pizzazz, you know. You're learning how to play without feeling like there needs to be something that comes from the other side of it. So you're creating without any kind of expectation. I really encourage you guys to take the time to do that this month, because it looks like there's either going to be an opportunity to have something good come out of it that can be lucrative, or it might mean that you have the opportunity to, you know, have more romantic connection. You might have the opportunity to get in touch with the inner child, right? That could be the fifth house as well. So I hope that's helpful for you, Leo. I'll see you back here next month in December. All right, so we've got Virgo and Virgo rising. What's going on, Virgo? Welcome to your November 2023 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. Let's talk a little bit about your chart ruler before we get started. So Mercury is going to be doing some things this month. It's going to be moving into Sagittarius, where it is going to be in its fall. So it does have a bit of a challenging time relaying information, or information might seem bigger or larger than life. We are also going to be seeing a number of squares between planets in Sagittarius and Saturn in Pisces. So as the month first starts off, there's more focus on communication, traveling, learning, and then we're going to see Sun, Mars, and Mercury move into your fourth house of home, family, roots, past, and living situation. Now, one thing I'll tell you is that you will be experiencing, you know, Mercury squaring your ascendant, squaring your descendant. And to me, it seems like it's very likely that you're having to either move, or you're reflecting on the past, or there's some change that's going on in the home front. And you might have some challenges, you know, making this happen because of another person. I don't know if this is a spouse. I don't know if this is a romantic partner. I don't know if this is a child or a younger person, because Saturn rules your fifth house. I don't know if this is about your inner child that's holding you back maybe from relationships. The good news is that Sagittarius is in a superior position. So all of these planets squaring Saturn are saying maybe the changes on the home front, the changes with the family, the changes going on emotionally are prompting you to kind of level up in a relationship, most likely. If you're not in one, then moving might prove to meet somebody new, or maybe you're relocating with the hopes that you can meet someone. But when planets are in the bottom part of the chart, there's just a lot going on at home or within the private life, okay? All right, so we're going to start the month with the Sun in Scorpio opposed Jupiter in Taurus. This is on the 3rd. So the Sun is going to be in the 3rd house, where you're focusing on kind of getting around town, communicating, sending emails, talking to people a little bit more, maybe more focus on short distance travel, or maybe even your neighborhood. And it'll oppose Jupiter. So Jupiter represents the 7th house of relationships and the 4th house of home. So maybe there's a sense of you seeking and trying to find, well, where is home? Where could I relocate to? Where am I going to be the happiest? Where do I want to travel to? Maybe there is somebody who is living at a distance that says, hey, come visit me. I'd love to see you. The very same day, Venus in your sign is in an opposition to Neptune. Now, in this case, opposites can attract. Venus in your first house brings more love and beauty and appreciation to you. But the opposition to Neptune can quite literally materialize as, you know, just looking, feeling your best, and somebody maybe admiring from afar or having an interest in you from afar, something that you may not necessarily see right off the bat. We want to watch out for like putting people on pedestals. Certainly Venus in the first house is nice, but Virgo, there can be a sense of doubting oneself. So with that opposition to Neptune, you don't want to be like overly idealizing somebody and feeling like a person is, you know, amazing and like not, you know, like on your level and like that they're so out of reach. Like you don't want to do that. But opposites can attract. So there can be a sense of one person being very strongly drawn to the other with that. So that's interesting that it's going to happen with the Sun opposed Jupiter. It's like, oh, that person's amazing, but they live across the country. But that may not stop you. Then we have on the 4th, Saturn goes direct in Pisces. So Saturn is going direct in your relationship zone. It's trying to get you to really focus on how you feel and whether or not you could potentially be committed to someone. Existing relationships might feel stronger and you're moving forward with a sense of like more commitment. People who are single, it might represent a time where there's more likelihood of relationships moving forward because Saturn is no longer retrograde. You'll see this even more as we get into the new year when Jupiter goes direct. Then we're going to see this very same day, Mercury in Scorpio oppose Uranus in Taurus. So then Mercury, which is you, will oppose Uranus, which means likely you're like, I'm wanting to travel, but I'm bogged down by work, or I've got some kind of like really crazy hectic schedule and feeling like someone or something is far away. This can represent remote education as well. So if you're somebody who's like trying to maybe get a degree and you're doing that online, it could represent adjusting your schedule so you can make that possible, or working on the road, right? Working remotely. On the 6th, we're going to see Venus in your sign trine Pluto. So this can be about becoming very passionate, very in love, and also dedicated and open to something. So this can be a hobby, a person, or a younger person in your life. And the same day, we're going to see Mercury in Scorpio trine Neptune in Pisces. Ooh, so Mercury will be in your 3rd house trine Neptune. So make a note of November the 6th, okay? That is the day that you want to watch for, the 6th. Because both of those aspects make me feel like there can be a real heart-to-heart with somebody about whether or not a relationship is actually feasible, even though there can be some distance, and I wouldn't like brush something off. Traveling with a partner can come up as well, sure. I mean, that's very possible. On the 8th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Libra. So Venus leaves your sign. You've had that for a bit. Now she's moving into Libra, which she's, connected to, and the 2nd house. So this can be a well-welcomed reprieve after like a solar eclipse in your money house, Mars going through your money house. If you feel like there's been so much money going out the window and nothing that you're holding on to, if you have been feeling like there's been lack of self-esteem or feeling good about yourself, if you have been feeling like, you've had to release or let something go, Venus moving here is going to help restore some of that faith in regards to security, material goods, and your self-esteem. Now, this is also important because Venus rules the South Node. So eventually at the end of the month, they will meet, but for the time being, it's a much better placement. On the 10th, we're going to see Mercury enter Sagittarius. Okay, so this is the first of what will be several planets entering Sag. First is Mercury. So you're communicating, looking, talking, maybe thinking about going back home, visiting family. Maybe you're rearranging your home. Maybe you're looking for a new home space. Eventually, then you're going to see the Sun and Mars also enter into this house. All of these planets will square Saturn. Saturn represents children or, a romantic partner or true love. So I could definitely see some of you guys making moves for the right person or moving in with somebody. I could see you guys also moving back home, returning back home, visiting back home, bringing somebody with you or making plans to do that. Now, the challenge is that when Mercury comes into Sag, it's technically in its fall and it's going to square Saturn, which means that Sagittarius has the superior on your Saturn situation. So maybe you're going, you know what, relationships are so out of sight, out of mind. I got to figure out where I'm living. I might be moving. Maybe I'm going to go back home and spend some time somewhere. Maybe I'm dealing with some family related things. So that may take precedent for some of you. I could definitely see like Mercury in a square to Saturn is telling somebody like, I've got my plate full. I can't do that right now. Then on the 11th, you're going to see Mars in Scorpio oppose Uranus in Taurus. And so Mars represents your money, your resources, and also change. I have seen probably about, I want to say 6, 7, 8 Virgo risings who have all told me that they're like, my landlord is selling the house, I have to move, or I'm being evicted, or I'm getting bought out of my lease. I've heard a lot of these stories, and I think it's perhaps connected to Jupiter in your 9th, trying to get you to travel more or relocate. It could also be the squares coming up to your descendant, where through some kind of change or reworking of the home, it's pushing you to like maybe live with another person or be seeking support from another person. Anyway, I would not be surprised, because when we start seeing Mars oppose Uranus, this is like, okay, well, if you want something from me, if you want me to move, what are you going to give me? So handling legal matters, lawsuits, handling, you know, money matters, handling educational matters. There seems to be a bit of a back and forth and a negotiation going on about wrapping something up, paying something off that's owed to you. Now, then you're going to see on the 13th of the month, there will be a new moon in Scorpio conjunct Mars. So a new moon in your third house conjunct Mars, which represents money, resources, joint resources. So signing contracts, fighting for money that's owed, some kind of an insurance matter connecting to a move or connecting to your home, inheritance matters connecting to siblings or documents, things that you have to sign, that can be coming up here as well. And then on the new moon, the sun will oppose Uranus. So this is about, you know, challenges with enemies. Sun in opposition to Uranus makes me feel like it's something that's being handled either in a courtroom or something in regards to a legal decision or an educational decision. And that's an anything goes day when the sun makes an opposition to Uranus, because this represents closing something out or something coming out into the open that's being discussed. And then we have on the 18th of the month, we're going to have the sun in Scorpio conjunct Mars. So that's building around the time of the new moon, but about 5 days later, it's exact. And this might represent like where subconscious frustration, fears, self-undoing, you know, sometimes you might notice just things come out of your mouth and you didn't see it coming. That's the Sun-Mars conjunction in your third house that's brewing. It takes weeks, if not months, for this to unfold, and then we see what, you know, was really connected to that conjunction. So I do feel like this is a time where you really want to be making sure that you're managing, you know, your rest, making sure you're taking time to write or journal or work through frustrations, maybe go for a walk and blow off steam. So that way you don't see some of these moods kind of coming up suddenly. Then we're going to have on the 23rd, the sun in Sagittarius will square Saturn in Pisces. So the sun's in the fourth house of home and family, squaring Saturn. So I could see just like a lot of like venting, you know, to a therapist, to a partner, to another person about your home, your family situation, or maybe about, just what's going on in, you know, your immediate environment. Saturn represents kids, so this can also mean if you have children, there could be a lot of back and forth with kids and like the pressure that that's potentially putting on either your relationship with them or your relationship with a partner. Then we're going to see on the 24th, Mars enters Sagittarius, and this is going to represent some kind of transformation of home. Mercury and Mars, they're moving together really October all the way into November. And so we see this kind of agitated, frustrated, hurry up, get going type of vibe. I know some Virgo risings that are also saying that they're having to move back home, but they're doing so begrudgingly, or they're having to move like a parent and they're getting agitated because, you know, they have to move them. And they're like, oh my gosh, you know, I don't have someone to help me do this. That could be the square to Saturn. Anyway, when Mars enters the fourth house, it's almost like you're hunting and you're looking for a home, or you're quickly packing, or you're rearranging things and you're getting ready to kind of like, just expand the home base in some way, shape, or form. So if you're looking for something, you can. For a lot of you guys, going home or visiting home will be an option because Mercury will also be in the fourth house. And then we will see on the 25th, Mars will square Saturn. So it almost seems as if like, you know, the moving in together, for some of you guys that are feeling the pressure of your living situation and you're like, I don't want to just move in with somebody because I don't have a stable living situation. Smart. I do feel like that's smart because it could be too soon. But I feel like you're still going to have a situation where somebody's either going to be saying, I can't help you, or why don't you want to do this with me? One of you guys might be on a different kind of perspective. I feel like, you know, knowing that there's going to be a Mercury retrograde in this part of the skies also that will be taking place in Capricorn, and it'll retrograde back into Sagittarius. You know, the home or the living stuff still to me doesn't quite feel settled until the new year. So if you have to do something temporary, that's fine. But I don't think that those of you guys who are kind of like, ooh, is it too soon to move in with somebody? be careful with the squares to Saturn. It could be somebody saying, no, you can't move in here, and it causes some relational issues, or it can be that you're having to deal with home and family matters and you feel like you're doing it on your own, and there's some frustration that comes up. Especially with joint resources, because Mars in the 4th square Saturn is kind of being like, okay, well, you know, I'm paying for this, are you paying for that? And you guys may have a difference of opinion on, you know, who is required to pay for what. Then we're going to see on the 27th of the month a full moon in Gemini. So this is about a completion in regards to your professional life, your work. This will be in a square to Saturn, so relationships. And it will also boast Mercury in the 4th house square Neptune. So your Mercury in the 4th square Neptune. I see this being like, yeah, there's a lot of success going on at work, or there is some completion or some big launch, but it comes also with some challenges and having to partner with other people and maybe a bit of a delay, or just having to push hard to get it through. You know, accepting job offers, retiring, relocating for work, all of these things are possible. Some of you guys might find that you're working from home, or you're trying to find ways to kind of like get work done if you're planning on spending time at home for the holidays or at the end of the year. So maybe you're hoping to kind of like wrap all of your stuff up roundabout by the end of November, so December is going to be easier for you to travel if that's what you're planning on doing. Anyway, Mercury's the ruler. Mercury, like I said, will be in the 4th house of home, and it'll be squaring Neptune. So there can be a lot of like, okay, my status in the world is changing, or my job is changing, and you know, I'm you know, having to quit a job because I'm relocating, and you know, having some question marks about where this leaves you, maybe in regards to a relationship or in a relationship to an employer. Then finally, on the 29th of the month, you're going to see Venus come into conjunction with the South Node. Venus rules 2nd house of money, possessions, and resources, 9th house of career, education, and foreign travel. You know, Venus on the South Node here is kind of sweet. I feel like this can be with the North Node being in your 8th, and Mars going into your 8th, that support, money, and resources might be coming to you from home, family, or property. Money maybe that's owed to you might be coming through now. But also Venus can represent like luxury, and Venus is in relationship. So it can mean that you're giving something up, giving up sugar, giving up a relationship. Maybe you're receiving money that was owed to you. Maybe you're getting rid of an old style or an old item that you no longer value. That's one way of looking at it. It might mean that you are released from having to pay for something. And so I think some of you guys might have some, like maybe some loans that are forgiven, especially in regards to education. That might actually happen in this next month. Anyway, that's the month at a glance. So let's take a look and see what tarot card you get for November. The card that I get for you is the 3 of Pentacles. Working together, being a team, collaboration, teamwork skills, shared goals, learning, and pooling your energy. Well, that's the theme, right? I mean, the North Node is in your 8th house, so it's how can other people help you? How can you grow with the assistance of other people? With Mars being the ruler and it's in your third at the beginning of the month, going into the 4th, I think it's learning how to communicate with people, learning how to negotiate with people, trines to the 7th, and find like the middle ground. You know, what's going to be best for everybody involved. Then you've got planets in the 4th house that'll be trining. So pooling resources. Some of you guys might go, it does make sense to get a roommate, or maybe go home and spend a couple of months and save money. Some of you guys might realize that by selling or by, you know, redoing or refinancing something, you might be able to save some money as well. But collaborations and teamwork is the theme. And so think of that full moon in the 10th house, because Pentacles can be career related, and that it's going to square Saturn. So you might go, yeah, I completed something, but you know, without any help to my coworkers, or you know, my business partner didn't help me, or I've been kind of going through some challenges with a relationship, and yet I've still been able to kind of come out the other side and complete what I've been intending to complete. But it did not come easy, I guess is what I'm saying, especially if you're a Virgo sun, moon, or rising anywhere between 0 and 5, 6 degrees, you're going to be feeling it very strongly with that particular full moon. My advice is, and you may not even see it yet. Some of you guys are like, I'm not moving, I'm not going anywhere. But the Sun-Mars conjunction begs to differ. It seems to think that it is inevitable that you might consider changing vehicles or changing where you're living, or there is something that's brewing with a sibling, a neighbor, or a family member that's going to need to be dealt with. One of these things is likely to happen. So the key here is to try to be diplomatic, work together with other people to see some of these things through. And hopefully that was helpful for you, my Virgos. I'm wishing you all the best, and I will see you guys back here in December next month. What's up, Libra and Libra rising? Welcome to your November 2023 horoscope. I hope you're doing well. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about your chart ruler, Venus. So you're going to see some Venus aspects this month. This will be primarily when Venus is coming into opposition with Neptune, which can be a time that you really want to be paying attention to your health, your habits, and your routines, as well as who you can and cannot trust in the workplace. It might be a time where you're also feeling like you need a little bit more rest and recuperation. And then finally, around the 8th, we're going to see Venus change signs, moving into your sign. So if you're a Libra sun, moon, or rising who's been waiting to make significant changes to your physical appearance, this might be a time where you feel more inclined to do so. Obviously, having Venus in a Venusian sign is going to be better for these things. Haircuts, styling, new cosmetics, things like that that you want to change should do well. And Venus is bringing more love and attraction into your life. Besides that, that's pretty much the only two transits that I really wanted to touch on. Obviously, at the very end of the month, we are going to see Venus come into contact with the South Node. For me, this might represent like learning to let go of something. So you might clean out a closet. You might decide that you want to kind of update a look. You want to make a change. It is possible that there can be you being a little bit more self-critical of your appearance. And this might also be about like shedding skin and layers pertaining to your appearance and your identity in the world. Because Venus represents your first house of self and the 8th house of change and transformation, it is likely that you're hoping to undergo some kind of dramatic change. So outside of paying attention to your health, because that can be a health-related transit as well, those are the only two other things that I wanted to touch on, all right? So we're going to start first with November 3rd, when the sun is in Scorpio and it's coming into an opposition with Jupiter in Taurus. You're going to see the first half of the month boast just a whole bunch of planets in your financial house. This is going to be representing some kind of momentum building revolving around your resources, the money that you have, what you spend it on, what you do it with, and where you're potentially investing. Now, Jupiter represents the 3rd house of communication, siblings, traveling, and the sun can be about friends and having a good time. So it might be a time where you're just feeling like spending a little bit more money, having a little bit of fun, indulging. It might also represent where some resources are coming in that you have generated with like an online business or something that involves teaching, traveling, or education. This very same day, Venus in Virgo will oppose Neptune in Pisces. So Venus will technically be in your 12th house in opposition to Neptune in your 6th. This is a day that you want to watch because there can be overindulging, over drinking. There can be themes that can be bringing up some toxic habits and behaviors that can actually have negative impacts on your health. I think of like seafood and alcohol or foodborne illnesses that can definitely come up with oppositions to Neptune in your 6th house. And this can also be representing like all the bad habits that are kind of going on that can throw off your health, your habits, and your routine. Then we're going to have on the 4th of the month, Saturn is going to go direct in Pisces. So basically Saturn going direct is really showing you where something is kind of crystallizing or becoming more solid in its form. Saturn represents your home and it also represents your hobbies. In the 6th house, I think it's really showing you like where you're tending more to your daily routines, your habits. Maybe you're making more of an effort to manage your time better. Maybe you're making more of an effort, excuse me, when it comes to just getting things crossed off your to-do list. Keeping the house clean, taking care of your daily chores also falls under this because Saturn rules your 4th house. If you have been trying to work hard to overcome health-related issues or issues at work or with a schedule or with employees, this can be a time where that's coming full circle. The very same day, you're going to have Mercury in Scorpio come into an opposition with Uranus and Taurus. So Mercury will be in your 2nd house of personal finance, resources, and self-esteem. It will be making an opposition to Uranus, which means that there can be almost like a unexpected communication revolving around money and resources, your funding versus somebody else's funding. So while all this Sun, Mercury, Mars in the 2nd is what I possess, the Jupiter, Uranus in the 8th house is what other people have. So it could be that you're investing in ways to make money with a partner. It could mean that there is some intuitive kind of hit that you have about making an investment and whether or not it'll pay off, because Uranus represents taking chances. But still stressful communication with Mercury-Uranus oppositions. So I would just say watch for that. There can definitely be an impulsiveness with planets in the 2nd house to be like, I want to buy this. I want to buy this now. I want to, spend money on this thing. I want to purchase this thing. I want to invest. And that definitely can like ruffle some feathers revolving around people who may be helping you with that process, or whether or not like a partner feels like an investment is equally as good of idea. Okay. So then we've got on the 6th of the month, Venus in Virgo will trine Pluto in Capricorn. So Venus will still be in your 12th house. It's going to trine Pluto in your 4th house. This is interesting because Venus rules you. So the 8th house is about rest, the 12th house is about rest, recuperation, but also spirituality and letting something go. So when Venus trines Pluto, it means that you have some powerful support, almost like from the ethers. Maybe it's faith. Maybe it means that you just know that something is going to work out when it comes to a home-related matter. Pluto rules your 2nd house of personal resources. So you're tapping into your intuition when it comes to making money or making a move. You're tapping into family resources, real estate, property, money that you have in your physical home space, and you're going to be making some kind of transformation. Maybe a woman comes through that's involved and somehow helps you when it comes to making a big change in your home possible. The very same day, we're going to see Mercury in Scorpio, which is in your 2nd house, trine Neptune in Pisces. So this is kind of like asking for assistance in managing, taking care of, handling something in regards to your health or how you're managing your finances. Maybe you're getting some advice from somebody in regards to diet, health, or routine to better kind of work on self-esteem, because the 2nd house is not just money, it's about how you feel about yourself. Now, on the 8th of the month, Venus moves into Libra. This is well welcomed for my Libra risings. It's been a challenging summer with the Venus retrograde, really for everybody, but for Taurus and Libra risings especially. So now to have Venus in one of its ruling signs is really nice. It does bring more pleasure, harmony, beauty, peace for you. It does enable you to have a better relationship with others as well as yourself. I do feel like Venus in the 1st house is great for snapping a picture, taking photos, doing some updates to your physical appearance. So you have to look at exactly what degree your rising sign is, but Venus will be moving through all of the degrees with special emphasis towards the end of the month when Venus comes into conjunction to 24 degrees. That'll be on the 29th. Now on the 11th of the month, on the 10th of the month, Mercury enters into Sagittarius. So you've got Mercury moving into your 3rd house where you're moving around, you're traveling. Maybe it's possible that you're looking at new cars or vehicles, looking at new gadgets. Maybe you're going on some road trips. Mercury rules rest and recuperation and long distance trips. So the fact that it's going into the third is going to bring more communication and chatter revolving around third house things. Neighbors, siblings come up here as well. Now, when Mercury moves into Sagittarius, it's immediately going to start coming into a square with Saturn. And all planets this month are going to, at least through Sagittarius, are going to get checked by Saturn. So Mercury, Mars, and the Sun makes me feel like quick moving things happening revolving around, traveling or moving or communication with other people. And the squares to Saturn represent the challenges to your health, your habits, your daily routine, and also to pets. You guys know I always tell you about my astrology if I can give you some insight. I'm a Libra rising. I'm 0 degree Libra rising. I have been watching these transits. Now I'm aware of how they're going to be manifesting. I'm going on 2 road trips in November. It is my 34th birthday, and it's also my wedding anniversary, and it's Thanksgiving. So there's a lot of stuff going on. But I will be taking 2 road trips with 2 dogs on top of maintaining my content schedule. So Saturn in my 6th house is literally about my content, me being consistent with getting this information out. On 3rd house, my YouTube. So knowing that these planets are coming into the 3rd house and it's going to clash with Saturn, I know that I'll be able to get it done because it's in a superior position, but it also pays to be prepared. And I'm not going to wait until these squares to Saturn to be like, oh, I have to suddenly change my schedule, or I can't put my videos out, or they're not going to, I'm not going to get them out in time. So that's a way that it could manifest. And literally Saturn is pets, right? Anyway, I don't know what it's going to be for you guys if you're having to adjust your schedule for travel or education. Equally, it's been how do I maintain, a schedule and a routine that I've been kind of focusing on trying to build if my whole month is going to feel upended. So I don't know. Let me know if you're having some similar themes. All right. So then we're going to have on the 11th of the month, Mars in Scorpio will oppose Uranus in Taurus. So Mars is in your 2nd house of money and resources in opposition to Uranus. This will represent some kind of impulse buy, spending, indulging, investing energy. There can be some tiffs over what is yours versus what is somebody else's. So just keep that in mind. Mars represents the North Node. So when Mars opposes Uranus, it means that you're having some kind of challenge or conflict with a financial matter that you're having to kind of work out with another person. It doesn't have to be a relationship. It could be a banking situation. It could be a tax situation. It could be a refund situation. Then you're going to have on the 13th of the month, new moon in Scorpio in your 2nd house of money, where you're setting intentions about resources strongly in conjunction to Mars. So this tells me that you're setting intentions revolving around what you own, what you possess, how you feel about yourself, what you want to make. And the conjunction to Mars might represent when it comes to relationships. So what you're investing in relationships, who you're working with. And it might be also, if you have like a client-based business, really drumming up business and perhaps driving up prices or cost of services. And there can be this sense of like realizing that, that you're having to potentially charge more. On the same day, you're going to see the Sun in opposition to Uranus. So the Sun rules friends and goals. The Sun in opposition to Uranus means that you're kind of at like a turning point in regards to what your financial goals are versus, how maybe you've been making money. This makes me feel like you're willing to take chances and that there's going to be some shifts revolving around where you're investing your time when it comes to creative energy and whether or not there's big risk or big reward, but that's like an anything goes type of day. Shocks and surprises. I could see like the Sun opposed Uranus as some unexpected happenings revolving around friends, and it could also be around gifts, things that people give you that you didn't see coming. On the 18th of the month, we are then going to see the Sun in Scorpio conjunct Mars in Scorpio. So this is further kind of putting forth this other people versus what you possess. Really positive for Libra risings. It's an indication that something is like basically being seeded. That's really going to incentivize you making more friends, having more connection to community, and also drumming up more resources and like your goals revolving around your resources really starting to kind of amp up. On the 23rd of the month, we're going to see the Sun in Sagittarius square Saturn in Pisces. So this is now the Sun in the third house squaring Saturn. So challenges, delays, playing catch up when it comes to your schedule, and also communication with people who you might work with as well, helpers and assistants. To me, this looks like a lot of really busy energy. I'm gonna plug my computer in, sorry guys. It looks like a lot of really busy energy when it comes to, yeah, like when it's coming to like sending emails, having meetings with people, having to talk to people about getting stuff done. There we go, sorry. Usually I'm pretty good about that. And you know, Saturn in the sixth is like having to constantly play catch up and respond back to people. So there's a lot of having to like comb through the details on meetings, on work that's being done. You might have a lot of people asking questions. I also feel like, you know, because all of these planets in Sagittarius squaring Saturn in a superior position, it seems to me like there's a lot of work that you want to get done, but you're like, how do I find the time? You know, how do I find the time? And the best thing that I can tell you is if you're wanting to start a new course, travel, launch something, sign a contract, negotiate a deal, write it all down, but don't initiate any of this during the squares to Saturn. Keep a notebook with you, put some ideas together, you know, start the process maybe of getting it going. But I don't think that these are time periods that you want to be launching anything. Okay, so then we're going to have on the 24th of the month, then Mars moves into your third house. Mars rules money and also partnerships. So I do feel like there is some incentive to be like, I want to be going somewhere, I'm writing something, I'm doing something. It might involve another person. The flip side is there can be some heated exchanges and communication with neighbors, but also you can have a little bit of a bite to your communication with partners or with siblings. Mercury and Mars are moving together very closely in the month of October and most of November. So that requires us to be mindful of our communication style. I, for one, am trying to use this energy in the third house to be more positive and optimistic. I have set intentions to be like, okay, I'm going to have like a mantra that I'm working on, or maybe I get up in the morning and then I write my intentions daily. So I'm putting my positivity, Sag, into action in a daily routine to try to get out of this feeling of like being stuck or not getting things done. Also like, you know, accountability journals, or, you know, making sure that you have like time slots for things. I literally was meditating it on the other day and I was like, what if I just had 1 extra hour, like getting up that 1 extra hour and then breaking that hour down to get all of the things done that I want to do within like 10-15 minute intervals. So I feel like I at least spend that much daily getting things done. It's interesting now looking at the astrology being like, yeah, it kind of makes sense, you know, writing it down and having intentions to be able to get into the habit of doing this, hopefully by the astrological new year of 2024. All right, so then we have in, let's see, on November 27th, there's going to be a full moon in Gemini, and that is going to be in your natal 9th house. Now this is tricky, because this particular full moon, although it's in a sister sign, so if you're like 0 to 5 degrees, it'll trine your ascendant. This is a full moon that's going to square Saturn. Okay. So it's saying like some kind of completion of education, travel, belief system, philosophy coming into a square with your schedule. And then on the flip side, the ruler of this particular full moon, which is Mercury, will be in the third house, and it's going to square Neptune. So it's still saying squares between the third, sixth, and the 9th house. And these are houses that deal with, you know, like mutable energies. So it's how we think, how we relate, how we move around, what we believe in. And so, you know, both Saturn and Neptune seem to be focal points during this particular full moon, if you think of like the opposition. And for me, that's kind of saying like everything comes down to your health and your habits. There could be delays with travel because of health. There could be delays with work because of health. There could be shifts revolving around your purpose. And it might, you know, put you in a position of being like, I need to travel, or I need to learn something new so I can kind of get out of a bit of a rut. And then finally on the 29th of the month, we're going to see Venus coming into conjunction with the South Node. And that's a time that you want to watch for your health. because that can be lower health and vitality, lower self-esteem. And that is also going to be in an inconjunct or a quincunx to Neptune. So it can represent a blind spot. And I feel like this can be bringing up like a health related matter. So be careful with that, Libra, please. That's really the long and short of the month ahead. Let me give you your card of the month and let's see what they say. The card that I got for you is the Two of Wands, which makes sense with all that third house energy that you got going on. Choices, decisions, first steps, choosing a path, future planning, in the dark, preparing to leave your comfort zone. Should I stay or should I go? Definitely feeling like with all the twos, you're at a bit of like a fork in the road, right? And very much thus is the third house. It's, do I want this or do I want that? And the question is do you have time for these things? Right? It's learning to just take the first steps. You don't have to complete the whole process. You can just start it or you can start to outline it. For some of you guys, it's going to be about something that you're wanting to maybe write or put together. For other people, it can deal with a trip or it can deal with a relocation. Mercury moving into your third house, eventually you're going to see a retrograde back into this part of the sky. Mercury will go into Capricorn, and then mid-December it's going to retrograde back into Sagittarius, so it can represent some kind of change of how you think about family, or making a change with a vehicle, or a change in your living situation as well. So stay open, be open to any potential options, and just take the first steps. You don't have to complete it right now. Until next time, Libra, I will see you in December. All right, so we got Scorpio and Scorpio rising. What's going on, Scorpio? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to your November 2023 overview. If you happen to be a November Scorpio like me, happy birthday to you. I hope it's a good one. Sagittarius will be getting there as the end of the month as well. I will say this, Scorpio, especially for those of you guys who are about 18 to 23 degrees of the Scorpio degrees, sun, moon, or rising. This is going to be a pretty interesting solar return chart because you will have Uranus in opposition to your sun. Definitely recommend considering getting a reading to have an idea of how that may manifest for you for the year ahead. Well, Mars rules your sign, as does Pluto. We're going to see more Mars aspects than Pluto aspects. We're going to see a trine between Venus and Pluto, but that's really great for relationships. I'm not really concerned about that. I'm more looking at when Mars and the Sun are in conjunction. I'm more looking at when Mars starts making oppositions to Uranus. And then finally, a Venus conjunct the South Node. Before I even get into the transits, I just want to let you know that there is going to be sparks that are going to fly this month. And this can be good in like a sexy, fun, exciting way. But this can also be negative in a sense of getting too heated, passionate, agitated, kind of piping up a little bit. And it can cause some reactions with other people. So just be mindful of that when you hear Mars coming into an opposition with Uranus, okay? All right, so on the 3rd, we're going to see the Sun in Scorpio come into an opposition with Jupiter. And this is a wonderful aspect for you. For me, this is like you going, anything is possible. I'm going to go after what I want. I can make it happen. I can get the attention of whomever I want. Whether this is somebody who you're wanting to ask out to dinner or, attracting the perfect client. If this means that you are wanting to bring in a new collaborator or you're wanting to bring people in to see what services you have to offer, or, the 7th house is your marketplace. You can have people who just are eating up something that you are selling or a service that you have. So it's really positive for your career because the Sun represents career. And being able to bring in more clients or more clientele or relationship energy in general. Now, the very same day, Venus in Virgo in your 11th house of friends will come into an opposition with Neptune. So this tells me that, with that opposition, there's support that are coming from groups of people. Maybe it's helping reassure you that you are worthy, that you are lovable, that you are creative enough, that you are good enough. Because I could see some self-esteem stuff coming up in your 5th house, maybe with Saturn and Neptune there, like not knowing, you know, what your worth is, or maybe having issues revolving around validating, you know, your talent, right? Because Saturn can be the doubt or the lack of seeing clearly what you bring to the table. So you might get some assistance and some support from other people who are kind of just loving on you with that particular transit. On the 4th of the month, Saturn goes direct in the sign of Pisces. So Saturn has been retrograde. It's now going to go direct, which means it's creating a solid foundation when it comes to 5th house matters, children, dating, investments, happiness, creativity. Saturn represents your 3rd house, which can be about communication. It can also be about online projects, creative projects, or conversations revolving around your love life or children. And Saturn also has connections to your 4th house, so it's about home and family. Saturn and Pisces, you know, in your 5th house in a fellow sister sign is positive. So you're funneling a lot of action in your 1st house into going after what you love or what it is that you want to create. So these are positive. These are positive trines. The very same day, you're going to see Mercury, which will be in your sign, okay, make an opposition to Uranus. So it looks like you might say something very unexpectedly to a partner, to a client. You might have some information that you want to share that might surprise or might shock them. Now, Mercury represents, you know, groups, friends, and having a good time. It also has connections to like secrets. So there can be a sense of, you know, sharing information with partners that you know, have been kind of keeping secret. So if you're hiding something, or if you're hoping to surprise them with something, something can kind of pop up in regards to that. You will see with Mercury, the Sun, and Mars in your 1st house that you're like going after what you want, what you need, what you desire. Very strong energies in your 1st house where nothing can stop you. So it's great for motivation. It's wonderful when it comes to being able to draw attention. But there can be some friction with the oppositions to Uranus because other people may feel like you're telling them what to do, or there can be some like conflict going on with people on the home front. It can be partners, it can be family members, because Uranus rules the 4th. Now, then on the 6th, you're going to see Venus in Virgo trine Pluto in Capricorn. So Venus will be in your 4th house of friends. It's trining Pluto. It makes me feel like you have the opportunity to have a heart-to-heart conversation with a friend about business, or a heart-to-heart conversation with a sibling. It also might mean that you have a conversation with a partner, because Venus rules your 7th, about what your goals are and what you're hoping to achieve together. Then we have on the 8th of the month, Venus enters into the sign of Libra. So Venus rules your 7th house. It also rules your 12th house. My Scorpio and Scorpio risings, you guys have had a lot of shift going on in your 12th house. Planets conjunct the South Node, Mars conjunct the South Node, solar eclipse in Libra, and then all these planets squaring Pluto. So there's definitely been probably a lot of sleep disturbances, crazy dreams, staying up all night, and having like a racing or an anxious mind with the squares to Pluto. That's done, you're over it, but you will see Venus now come into the 12th house. And so this has pros and this has cons. The pros is that it can give you an opportunity to have a very sexy time, because the 12th house is bed pleasures. Venus rules your relationships. So if you have Venus in the 12th house, there can just be more time between the sheets with another person. It can also give you the opportunity to really focus on creativity and design and you know, passion behind the scenes, feeling inspired, traveling with a partner, having some kind of experience where you can get lost and enjoy time together. Those of you guys that are single, it can bring secret admirers. It can also bring romance and love affairs with people in private, or things that are a little bit more taboo or hidden. Now, Venus will go through this part of the skies for a couple of weeks, and eventually it'll come into contact with the South Node. So some of you Scorpio and Scorpio risings who have been on the precipice of having problems in relationships have seen this going on with the eclipses and the Uranus transit for some time. So you are either, if you're watching this in October, you're about to have a lunar eclipse in the 12th, which may bring some completion or conclusion to a relationship. There, in turn, when Venus hits the South Node and it squares Pluto, you know, signing documents, ending a relationship, separating, people relocating, moving, these things can happen. And then you got a lot of opposition. So it's like there's shocks and surprises coming from partners this month. And it doesn't mean it has to be bad, but I wonder if Venus approaching the South Node is about a partner being like, I need to step away or I need some space, or somebody who kind of comes back and is reaching out to you in your dreams or privately. On the 10th, we're going to see Mercury enter Sagittarius. So it'll leave Scorpio, it'll go into Sag. It'll be the first of what will eventually be 3 planets that'll hit your money house. So what you need to know is this. Mercury is the mind. When Mercury goes in the second house, we want to talk about money, we want to do business, we want to organize our resources. When Mars goes into the second house, we want to take action when it comes to making money. We want to spend money, we want to invest money. And when the Sun goes in the second house, we want to obtain something. So you're coming into a period of time that's pretty powerful for your finances. Wherever Mars goes is where you follow. So it can be a time where you're really drumming up a lot of resources. But all of those planets will eventually come into a square with Saturn. And so the good news is that this is a superior square. You know, we've got these planets that are challenging Saturn in Pisces in your 5th house, which means you're feeling pushed to make more money, develop more resources, work on self-esteem, we'll focus on, you know, your forward motion when it comes to your financial health. Why? Because it's going to make you feel better, Saturn and Pisces, because it's going to make you feel like you have more security, you have more money to do the things that you want to do, for hobbies, to have fun. So you feel more financially secure, you know, for children, or maybe you feel like you're wanting to drum up more money so you can invest more money. You know, 5th house can be speculative. So very powerful, but it's also recognizing that money doesn't necessarily make you feel fulfilled. You can have a bunch of stuff, but it doesn't necessarily make you feel good. So this is also a lot about your self-esteem, working on your self-esteem and feeling like you're working hard and being able to accomplish goals. So then we're going to have, once Mercury first moves into the second house, it's going to square Saturn. So Mercury rules other people's resources and goals. So it looks like once you have Mercury in the second house, you're like, I don't know if I want to, you know, invest it, or if I want to save it, or if I want to put it into something, you know, is that going to make me happy? Sagittarius is travel. So I could definitely see some Scorpio rising, spending a little bit more money on travel over the next month for sure. Then we're going to see on the 13th, I take that back. Then we're going to see on the 11th, Mars in Scorpio in your sign will oppose Uranus. So this is the day, November 11th, Scorpio risings, really pay attention, because Mars in the 1st house in your sign is strong, and it is picking a fight with a partner, a relationship, another person over what? Uranus, home, family dynamics. So this can be friction with relatives, friction with roommates, friction with romantic partners. If you're single, it can be a time where you're really feeling that push to go after someone or something that's different than what you're used to dealing with. There can also be conflicts with relationships over home or property. Then we've got, on the 13th, a new moon in Scorpio in your 1st house. This will be around 20 degrees, so 18 to like 22 degrees. Scorpio, you guys are going to feel that most strongly. This is going to be taking place obviously in your 1st house, so you're setting intentions revolving around your action, your desire, your body, your appearance, your moves, what moves you're making. And for all the 12 signs, this is a really great new moon because it's conjunct Mars, so it's very passionate, right? Although the moon's not comfortable in Scorpio, so you might feel like there's an emotional outburst that prompts you to want to make a change. And it'll conjunct Mars, so the intentions that you set, especially for yourself, are going to stick. So make a note of the 13th. Now that very same day, the Sun opposes Uranus, which means your drive, your goals, the things you want to do will come into friction with that of a partner's. And so there can be a little bit of having to navigate that very cautiously so you're not upsetting the apple cart, because Uranus can kind of blow up. shocks and surprises usually kind of come with that. It can be good. I mean, I think of, I'm a Scorpio sun. I had Uranus in opposition to my sun the last couple of years, and definitely lots of surprising things have happened right around the time of my birthday, but it hasn't necessarily been bad. It's been like, you know, surprise, this is where we're going for a trip, or, you know, this is the plan. And it's a lot of, when you're dealing with Scorpio placements, having to let go of control. So if you're used to organizing your own party, doing your own thing, putting everything together, it might be that you're learning to let other people help you, right? Or surprise you. And people might surprise you in a good way. Then we're going to see on the 18th, the sun will come into conjunction with Mars in Scorpio. So that whole 15th, you know, 13th through the 18th, that whole 5-day period is like, holy cow. Get out of your way, right? Sun conjunct Mars in Scorpio tells me that you're really wanting to master something. You're really wanting to be the boss of something. You're really wanting to, yeah, like be the leader, right? Sun Mars is about courage and fearlessness. This is a lot of energy that needs an outlet. So if you're not getting an outlet, if you're not working up a sweat, if you're not having alone time, if you're not finding ways to release this energy, you can get agitated and you get kind of bossy. So be mindful that that can come up, but this is still about going after your goals and being able to ferociously defend yourself. So it's definitely a time to maybe be considering like kickboxing, self-defense, something where you can have an outlet for all this Mars energy. All right, so then on the 23rd, you're going to see the sun in Sagittarius square Saturn in Pisces. So the sun goes into your second house. This is all about money, resources, self-esteem, what you're gaining from work, and it's squaring Saturn. So what's going on? What are the expenses? Home expenses, expenses revolving around children, creative endeavors. Sun square Saturn is not the best day to be making an investment. This will be on the 23rd. Not the best day to be making a big purchase, not the best day to be starting a creative endeavor, and you may have some challenges revolving around expenses and children. And then we have on, let's see, the 24th, then Mars is going to change signs. It's going to go into Sagittarius. Okay, so remember the North Node's in Aries. So while the North Node's in Aries and you have all that Mars in your first, it's about being active and productive. Now with Mars in the second house and the North Node is in Aries, eventually you'll get a trine. This is about focusing on self-esteem, cutting certain things from your diet, investing in certain things. What are you investing in? Health, fitness, travel, things that are going to help you with productivity or organization or scheduling. You might be spending more money on gym equipment, health food, trainers, things like that. Then we're going to see on the 25th, Mars will then come into a square with Saturn. So Mars will square Saturn. I do feel like this is saying like where you're focusing on building on, you know, your self-esteem. It's things that are going to make you happier. So like you may also feel like you're willing to invest in hobbies and creative endeavors that are going to make you feel happy, right? So I think like, for me personally, having experienced Saturn in the 5th, square planets in the 2nd, it was creating for the sake of creating without an expected outcome. It was like, okay, I'm going to paint, but I'm not expecting to sell a painting, you know, or I'm going to go and create this project, but I'm not anticipating that it's going to do anything. But some of the things that I dedicated myself the most to did end up being lucrative, and I wasn't really trying to make it so. So take that for what it's worth. You know, with all these planets in the second house, what skills are you developing? What are you learning? What are you spending money on? And it's about focusing on things that aren't material objects. It's about experiences. It's about places. It's about things that you're learning. So these are the kinds of things that you want to spend money on. Then you're going to see on the 25th, Mars will perfect that square to Saturn. And it's important to pay attention to that one because Mars squares your chart. So Mars square Saturn means that you're like, I'm not having any fun, you know, or I feel like I can't express myself, or I'm feeling a little strapped in some way. I definitely feel like for some Scorpio and Scorpio risings, it's feeling like, you know, having to be more mature with how you're having fun. It might mean that you're learning how to be festive and have a good time and go to holiday parties, but you're kind of practicing sobriety. You're not, you know, drinking as much. Literally, Saturn in Pisces could be that. And also where you're learning not to let your relationships or your love life define your sense of values, right? That could be another way of looking at it. On the 27th of the month, we'll have a full moon in Gemini. This will be in your 8th house, which is energy that you're familiar with. This will be at 4 degrees. And this particular, you know, full moon is going to square Saturn in your 5th house. And it's going to boast a Mercury in the 2nd square Neptune. So that means when it comes to communicating and expressing your values, you're like, I don't really know. And full moons in the 8th house have a tendency to unveil something. It's like shining a light on something that you weren't aware of. So if there was any sense of not knowing your worth or having hangups about what's going to make you happy or challenges revolving around your love life or creativity, a full moon in the 8th blows that open, and then you're like, okay, now I'm aware of where I've had some vulnerability issues or some issues opening up, right? Obviously, completion of joint resources, taxes, investment related things can kind of come up, but you want to be careful because with Mercury square the 5th house, you know, you might find that the 8th house energy ends up being losses. So be very careful with trades and exchanges, rushing into things. Especially you'll see this also when Mars starts coming into Neptune. So be very careful with some of this stuff, Scorpio. And then finally on the 29th, Venus will come into conjunction with the South Node. I feel like that can be about releasing karma revolving around relationships and cutting things loose. Some partners might feel like they need some space, or they might say to you that, you know, they just need more extra rest or TLC or time away because Venus rules your 7th house. They might be traveling or having to go and be in a foreign place. And there can be opportunities for love at a distance as well. The card that I get for you is the 5 of Swords. I think, didn't we already pull this? Conflict, disagreements, competitiveness, unfair defeat, winning at all costs, stress, hostility, bullying, intimidation, aggression. As much as I hate to say this, the bullying, aggressor type energies, and they're in your sign. So, look, be mindful of how you react and you respond to things. You want to be an actor, not a reactor. And I think I would be more focused on what I can control in the moment. When other people are not being very agreeable, when other people are not being very fair, you know, you may not see it, but having Jupiter and Uranus in your 7th house means that there is a sudden expansion and growth and things changing within your relationships or with your clients or with your partnerships or with your audience. And there can be a sense with Mercury, Mars, and the Sun in your sign this month that you're just like shooting at the hip. And you can say some things that can definitely bring up some really intense exchanges with other people. And that Venus hitting the South Node after we've had a solar eclipse in Libra, after we've had a lunar eclipse in Taurus, can be the beginning process where there can be either ultimatums or, you know, definitive lines in the sand with relationships, okay? So be mindful of that, Scorpio. I'm wishing you the best this month, obviously, and a happy birthday. Report back. Let me know how things go. You know, is it just surprises on your birthday? I hope so. You know, I really hope that's what it is. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens for the month ahead. All right. So we have got Sag and Sag rising. What's going on, Sag? Happy birthday to those of you guys that are born in November. I hope it's a good one for you. The only real thing that we're going to be, well, I take that back. There's a lot of things going on, but the big one for me is that you have a stellium of planets coming into your sign. So Sun, Mars, and Mercury are going to enter your sign, which means you are going to suddenly, the second part of November, get a little restless. You're going to get a little wanderlust. You're going to be a little bit more active. You're going to be definitely a bit more assertive. There is going to be a sense of you wanting a little bit more freedom, okay? The other thing to be aware of is also we are going to see a Sun opposed Jupiter opposition. So that might represent some things that kind of come out of the blue that challenge either your health, your daily routine, or something about your day-to-day habits or your office space, your schedule, something like that can kind of come up unexpectedly. Outside of that, that's pretty much it. Know that when planets come into your sign, it is very powerful. But now because we have Saturn in Pisces, everything is going to get checked by Saturn. So to make it very simple, all of your actions and everything that you're focusing on doing is about pushing out the past, what's happened in the past issues with family, past issues with your home, past issues with your emotions, family karma. Like, you're really adamant about being like, I don't care where I've been, I'm focused on where I'm going, because everything is going to be in a superior position to Saturn. And Saturn represents hard times financially and also mentally. So you're really trying to push past that. And I encourage you to look at the events of the full moon in Gemini later in the month, because it's also going to give you some insight as to like where partners can help you through that process. And maybe, just maybe, where home or family matters or the past is getting in the way and inhibiting you from being able to thoroughly partner with another person. Okay? All right, so the month starts first on November the 3rd, when the sun in Scorpio comes into an opposition with Jupiter in your sign. So the first half of the month, a bunch of planets in Scorpio in your 12th house. So you're coming into your birthday season. When planets move into the 12th house to your sun sign or your ascendant, think of this as like the cosmic clearing. And for Sagittarius, like Scorpio in the 12th house is like a lot of anger and frustration and fear and a lot of like rage and like other things that you're like, where is this coming from? I had this last month, having like Mars and planets go through my 12th house before it hit my ascendant. It was so bizarre because I was like, why am I agitated? And then as soon as it hit my ascendant, I was like, ah. So just forewarning you, that's probably what you're going to be feeling. You might have some restlessness with sleep. You might have some really weird dreams. You might have some nightmares with Mars in the 12th house. Try to find ways maybe to burn off some steam, especially before you go to bed. It can be really helpful also to have like a routine before bedtime, maybe burning some candles or some incense, or focusing on ways to be able to really cut and clear things within the ethers or subconsciously, so you're not carrying that around with you. Anyway, Sun will oppose Jupiter. So this tells me that something's coming out of the blue unexpectedly that can impact your daily routine, your health unexpectedly, unexpected travel, healing, or some kind of like wellness or retreat or hospital center situation can kind of come up. Maybe you're just traveling. Maybe you're like, you know what, I'm taking a break from work. I need a little bit of time off the grid for a little bit, and I'll come back and I'll be feeling better rested. Very same day, Venus is going to come into an opposition with Neptune. So Venus is in Virgo, and it's in your career zone opposing Neptune. So maybe you're working into late, all hours of the night. Maybe that's one way to look at it. You just have a long night that you're potentially working and you're away from home. That could be going on as well. On the 4th, you're going to see Saturn go direct in Pisces. So Saturn's been retrograde in your home zone, where likely you have seen slow situations with home, property, or family that have been taking place. I've seen a lot of Sag risings that have been telling me it's been taking a really long time to secure a deal and to finish buying a house or building a house, renovating a house. There's been also lots of challenges revolving around getting parents relocated or rehabilitated. The list goes on. So whatever's been going on, now that Saturn is direct, whatever you've been investing your time or your energy into is going to move forward a little bit more easily. And you'll start to see the results of all the time and energy and effort that you've been putting into a home or family matter. Then on the same day, we're going to see Mercury and Scorpio oppose Uranus and Taurus. So Mercury is in your 12th house. It's opposing Uranus in your 6th house. This represents your relationship to partners or even siblings and some kind of like stressed communication situation. So you're maybe stressing about, a schedule situation, a work situation, a health situation. It's important to keep cool, calm, and collected and know who to call for help. And it might just mean that you need to place a phone call and have somebody kind of just relieve some of your fears. But it can also mean that you're like, you know what, I can't cover this situation at work, like I need some help. And so you're kind of calling in maybe a favor to a coworker because you're like, I'm sick or I'm under the weather, or I can't, I'm dealing with something. And they're like, okay, let me move some things around, see what I can do to help you out. On the 6th of the month, Venus in Virgo will trine Pluto in Capricorn. So Venus is in your work zone. It is trining Pluto in your financial zone. This is great. This is telling me that it's really strong for money. It's strong for business. It's also strong for feeling secure in regards to your financial situation. Pluto is also now direct. So when you see planets in the 10th trine the 2nd, it's helping kind of bring more stability and reassurance to your financial situation. On the same day, we're going to see Mercury in Scorpio trine Neptune in Pisces. So Mercury will trine Neptune. Who's counseling you? Is a partner talking to you about your worries or your concerns or stress or anxiety? Is it possible that you're spending more time with a partner kind of behind the scenes and at home and maybe resting, recuperating, watching movies, hanging out, having a staycation? That can be happening. But there's something in alignment naturally and intuitively between you and a partner or you and a family member where there can be lots of great communication and heart-to-heart situations. Water trines are intuitive, so it also can be about talking to a partner about a home or a family situation or a therapist and getting to the bottom of like healing something. On November 8th, we're going to see Venus enter into Libra. So it'll leave Virgo in your 10th house and it'll move into your 11th house of friends and associates and network. This is a nice placement for Venus. It does indicate you may have the opportunity to spend more time with friends, particularly female friends, joining work group connections and collaborations because Venus has connections to coworkers. So there might be work gatherings that are taking place or just invitations that are coming where you have the ability to enjoy beautiful, surroundings with friends, good food, good wine kind of stuff. You will see that Venus is going to hang out here for a couple weeks, and it naturally sextiles your ascendant, sun, moon, or rising, so it's friendly for you. And Venus also rules the south node, and eventually it will touch on that. Now we've got on the 10th, Mercury enters Sagittarius. So Mercury will be the very first planet that will enter into your sign, which means it's going to start with an idea, a communication, something you write, something that you say. Then we are going to see, let's see, the Sun enter and then Mars in that order. Well, what happens? You're chatty, you're communicative, you have something to say, you can be a little bit more likely to voice your opinions, stand on your soapbox. Mercury in the first house doesn't always think, it just kind of speaks. And it does rule your 7th and your 10th house. So you may feel that you're communicating more and putting out more in regards to self-promotion, professional promotion, talking more with relationships and partners, and getting a lot of feedback from other people. Mercury will immediately start coming into a square with Saturn. Okay, so this tells me that something you say, something that you're putting into action is, kind of laying down the hammer on Saturn. And Saturn's in the 4th house, which deals with a home, family, or a parent situation. It could be a sibling, could be a neighbor, it could be a mother figure, but I see like the Sun, Mars, Mercury square Saturn is like hashing out a situation with either someone you live with, someone from your past, or from a relative. And, this isn't a superior position, but Mercury is technically in its fall in Sagittarius. So it means that you're going to say it, you may think it, you may believe it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it was the right thing to do. And so you will potentially have some repercussions or some pushback because of some of the stuff that you're saying to someone. So be mindful of how you communicate, especially with a sibling, in regards to a home, family, or parent situation, because it can be harsh. Then we're going to see on the 11th, Mars will oppose Uranus in Taurus. So Mars is still in your 12th house. It'll oppose Uranus, which means you may suddenly have to travel, make a phone call, you know, go back and forth with a neighbor or with a sibling. It seems a little stressful, and it might be over like health or routine matters pertaining to also pets or animals. Then we're going to see on the 13th of the month a new moon in Scorpio in the 12th house. This will feature the Sun, Moon, and Mars in conjunction. So it tells me that there's something very intense behind the scenes that's brewing that can be within your subconscious. It can be repressed frustration, anger, rage. It can also indicate putting more focus and emphasis on training, traveling, exploring, being in foreign lands, learning, higher education. Scorpio is about psychological things or research or occult related things or mysticism. So I could see some of you guys wanting to learn more about these topics. That could definitely be coming up for you. Then we're going to see on the same day, the Sun will then oppose Uranus in Taurus. So I think it's about kind of getting out of your own way and maybe coming to terms with like where some health or habit related things are actually coming from in your day-to-day life. I love all these planets in the 12th house for like a rehab, a retreat center, for for like doing some like really intense like therapy or trauma work and getting to the core of, you know, what's lurking in the subconscious so you can be better with your health or your habits. Otherwise, the 12th house can materialize as having to go to a hospital, having to go to a treatment center, having to go to something because there is some health issue, accident, what have you, right? So we don't want to do that, but in the off chance that something like that does happen, the oppositions to Jupiter and Uranus tells me that it's about relaying information that you needed to know about your health. All right, so then we have on the 18th, the Sun and Mars will actually conjunct this day. And this is, I think, what's actually basically planting the seed that's going to be about spending more time potentially traveling or working behind the scenes on things or educating yourself. Maybe you're working behind the scenes and you're learning something. Then we're going to have on the 23rd, then the Sun in Sagittarius squares Saturn. Okay, so when that happens, we have the Sun in your first house of vitality and self comes into a square with Saturn in the 4th house, which means you're really adamant with the Sun and Mercury in your sign to be like, I'm telling them what's up, I'm going to them, I'm traveling, like, you know, I'm supporting them. And you might have somebody who's like, no, you know, don't, I'm fine, it's okay, or I don't want to talk about it, or I'm not ready to talk about it yet, or, you know, don't come here. And so there can be some friction revolving around that. And then you're going to see on the 24th, then Mars enters Sagittarius. And so subconscious Mars, you know, desires, needs, self-undoing habits and tendencies can kind of happen. So having Mercury, Mars, and the Sun in your first house, you know, I think of like rushing and being on the phone and having an accident. I think of more likely for cuts and accidents and abrasions. This can happen with Mars in your sign. But Mercury and Mars taking your 12th house lord and your 7th house lord in the first, there can be stuff going on that's on your mind that's really like agitating you or worrying you, and you could be projecting that onto other people. So you may not realize that you can be causing some strife with relationships to other people, or potentially even with coworkers or bosses, right? Because Mercury rules your 10th house. So be mindful that you don't have to put your armor on. It doesn't have to be a fight. You know, it's okay to take a breath and take a breather. And as long as you're having an outlet for some of this stuff, you can work some of this off. And then on the 25th, Mars will square Saturn. So then it's like if you take any action. So first it was you were talking about something, then you were kind of being like, no, this is what I'm going to do. And somebody told you no. And then Mars comes into square Saturn and you're like, I'm going to do it. And they're like, no, now I'm cutting you off. You know, so if you're fighting with somebody at home, if you're fighting with a roommate, if you're fighting with a family member, if there's some kind of strife with a sibling, it's going to get to a point where it's like either a parent or some authority figure is going to step in and they're going to be like, that's it, I'm cutting this off. We're not doing this anymore. Even though you're in the superior position. I feel inclined to tell you, you may not get the responses that you want. You may not get the apology that you want. You may not get people who are going to be, accountable for some of their past behavior, Saturn in the fourth. But nevertheless, the more that you're staying on track with focusing on yourself and what you can change, the better, right? Then we're going to have on the 27th a full moon in Gemini. Okay, so after all this back and forth with somebody else or with family, then it's like, boom, full moon in your 7th house with relationships. This brings big completions to relationships. So if you're single and you meet somebody, it could be that. If you're in a committed relationship and you need to go to the next level, it could be that. It could mean that there's a big decision about an existing relationship. The truth is this, because this is going to be a full moon that is going to square Saturn, some of the friction in relationships and the big themes with relationships is going to evolve emotional challenges, blockages, issues with a parent, issues at home, issues with where you're living, boundaries within the home. And this also is going to be about Mercury, right? Because it's Gemini, and Mercury will be in your 1st house, square Neptune. So the issue coming up with a partner is going to be them saying, well, you don't want to let go of the past, or you're not open to, living together, or you're not wanting to make a change, or, you weren't nice to my family or to my roommates, or, something like that could have happened that brought about some friction on the home front that turned into like a bigger issue in a relationship. So be mindful of that actions and words have consequences all month long, October and November. So it was Libra and Scorpio before it was you. So now it's going to be you, Sagittarius. And the truth is that you already don't hold back. So when this energy comes up, even if you're right and you're validated in a sense of how you feel and what you're saying, there could potentially be some big implications with home or family or like landlords or partners as a result of this series of some of these squares. Now, I'm hoping the positive is that if you do have to move, if you do have to finally let go of the past, if you do have to kind of get out of your own way, these squares incentivize you to go, you know what, I'm making a change. And obviously there's things I haven't dealt with if it's coming up in a relationship, so I'm going to do it, right? All right, so then finally, Venus conjunct the South Node in Libra. That'll be happening on the 29th. That to me seems like there can be a sense of like reconnecting with a friend from the past. They might add you on social media. You might reconnect with them at a party. It might also be somebody who you used to work with. But on the flip side, Venus rules your 6th, which can be about, enemies. So it might be a situation where you thought somebody who was a friend and you're like, no, they got to go. Or maybe you were friendly with somebody at work and you're like, oh, I'm getting a little too close to this person. And maybe this is not somebody I should be friends with. You get the 8 of Cups. This is all about walking away. Moving on, unfulfilled from current situation, dealing with abandonment, walking into the unknown, letting go, searching for truth, leaving something behind. Well, that's very squares to Saturn, right? Saturn in the 4th isn't just your home, it's the past. Past self-esteem issues, past money issues, past family issues, past career issues, right? Whatever it is. So you're finally making the decision to say, I'm walking away. I'm letting it all go. I'm leaving this behind. I'm not looking back. And this is the perfect time to do that when you have the superior squares, because the truth is that something new is beginning. You're beginning a new era, and this is going to definitely be taking place next year with planets conjunct Saturn, with Jupiter that's going to be moving into Gemini. You're going to find that when it comes to your home base and your relationships, everything is brand new next year. So this is the kind of clearing out period. Good luck, Sag. We have Cap and Cap rising. What's going on, Capricorn? I hope you're well. Welcome to your November 2023 overview. Well, Saturn is now direct, so yay for that. Your chart ruler is moving forward. It's packing a punch. You're getting stuff done when it comes to communication, travel, ideas, and learning. You're not really going to see too much that's going to be going on other than Saturn is under attack this month, so there's going to be a number of planets that are going to be coming into Sagittarius, squaring Saturn. So it's going to be feeling like you're the one who's kind of, you know, receiving the brunt of other people's stuff. Sun, Mars, and Mercury are all going to be in Sagittarius. So planets will, the second half of the month, be moving into your 12th house where you're clearing everything out subconsciously, getting ready for your birthday. The 12th house is when you sleep, when you dream. It can be about self-undoing tendencies, bad habits and patterns. So to see all these planets move into the 12th square Saturn, I could see some of you guys who have been trying to quit smoking fall back into smoking. I could see some of you guys who are not dealing well with, you know, inner frustration or repressed anger, that there can be some bad dreams. There can also be a sense of negative thinking and feeling kind of like stuck or agitated that can come up. So you really want to be listening for the 3 periods where planets are going to square Saturn. Those are the days where you just want to kind of brace for other people, you know, kind of wanting to duke it out with you, and learning with Saturn and Pisces to be cool, calm, and collected. And sometimes the best thing to do is to just give it a moment, to just hang out for a little bit, like the hangman, and like learn to let certain things go. Some things you're going to look at, you're going to be like, you know, I'm picking my battles. This doesn't deserve a response. Saturn in the 3rd. All right. So with that being said, on the 3rd of the month, we are going to see the sun in Scorpio in your 11th house, which deals with friends, other people, and networks, will come into an opposition with Jupiter. This is a wonderful day for traveling. This is a wonderful day for having a good time, having fun. You know, the 11th house is friends. Jupiter represents travel, and it's in the 5th house of good times. So there can be good news, celebrations, get-togethers, gatherings with other people, which can bring you lots of happiness and joy. You also may find that through socializing, it can open up your creative or your romantic life. Also this day, Venus in Virgo in your natal 9th house will come into an opposition with Neptune right here. And Neptune is about communication, perception, ideas, travel, and Venus is in the 9th. So it makes me feel like you're like, okay, you know, work can wait. I have other things that I would rather be doing. It can bring communication back and forth with people who might be abroad, or issues, not issues, but back and forth revolving around like work, and while you're traveling, like you're trying to juggle both. And so it seems like it's challenging because you'd have to make a sacrifice either on the work sense or on the travel sense. And so it might be a day where you kind of have to do both. Makes sense with the sun in opposition to Jupiter, honestly. Then we've got on the 4th of the month, Saturn will go direct in Pisces. So that basically means that your chart ruler is getting more powerful. You know, Saturn can be about commitment, it can be about karma, but it can also be about like learning to let certain boundaries be dissolved. And so I think in the 3rd house, it's like learning that sometimes saying less is more. It might mean that you're working hard on developing more of your intuition. Maybe you're journaling to deal with some of your feelings this month. Now, the very same day, Mercury and Scorpio will oppose Uranus and Taurus. So Mercury is going to be in the 11th. It's in opposition to Uranus. And this seems to be about like a back and forth with another person about a financial matter. So borrowing and lending with friends can be interesting. There can also be like a difference of opinion on finances or maybe politics that you have with another person. It could just be shocking, surprising news also that's coming from another person, and you're like, whoa, what? And it's in regards maybe to like their love life or like their children or their hobbies. And maybe it's just something strange and unusual that you're like, oh, I didn't know that. Or yeah, sure, I'll go and hang out with you and like do this hobby that I've never done before. And maybe you like it and you have a good time, right? But watch out for you know, financial matters with friends, because borrowing, lending, paying people back for stuff can get a little weird with that opposition. Okay, so then we have on the 6th of the month, Venus in Virgo trine Pluto in Capricorn. So Venus in the 9th house trine Pluto. Love coming to you from afar, money, support, recognition, reputation. Venus deals with your 10th as well as your 5th. So creative endeavors or romantic partners at afar seem to be positive. I wonder, like, do you travel somewhere earlier in the month and then you meet somebody and then there's like a lot of back and forth? Is there finally settling some kind of legal matter or situation where like money is owed to you? Maybe. The very same day, you're also going to see Mercury in Scorpio trine Neptune in Pisces. So Mercury is in your 11th house, trine Neptune. Communication from friends about traveling, beliefs, inspiration. I mean, I feel like this is a wonderful day to have a heart-to-heart with a friend if you're feeling like you need some direction or if you feel like you need some guidance or a support of a group of friends as well. On the 8th of the month, Venus enters Libra, so Venus will enter into your 10th house about career, reputation, business, professional life. Should harmonize pretty well, getting along with people at work and also with superiors and bosses. Venus will be here for a couple of weeks and eventually come into contact with the South Node, where it is possible that you may connect with people that you've worked for in the past or worked with in the past. It might be a time where you're also feeling like you're falling out of love with something that you've been doing and you're kind of like feeling like, how much longer do I want to stay at this job? You know, like, am I liking who I'm working with? Am I having issues with a particular someone at work? On the 10th of the month, we're going to see Mercury enter Sagittarius. So Mercury will be the first planet to enter into your 12th house. Word to the wise, pay attention to dreams and intuition because likely Mercury in the 12th house will come to you in a very symbolic way. Regressions, hypnosis, psychic readings, therapy sessions are all great while Mercury's in the 12th. But it could also mean that you're dealing with some kind of situation in a foreign land. Maybe you're having to travel. Maybe you're having issues with translation that could be happening. Especially because that very day, Mercury will come into a square with Saturn. So you want to be paying attention to this day. Mercury represents law or foreigners or legal situations. So Mercury is squaring Saturn. So if you're dealing with a lawsuit or if you're dealing with an issue with an employer legally, or if you're dealing with a situation with a sibling where there's some tension, you might see that kind of come up. Or a work-related matter can come up. And then you're going to see on the 11th, Mars in Scorpio will oppose Uranus. Mars rules home and living situation. Uranus is money. So if you're somebody who lives with a roommate or roommates or with a friend, there can be a little bit of a back and forth about expenses and spending and like what utilities are costing and the cost of electricity or like other, things and like what you guys are going to have to start paying for and if there's going to be a change in that. It also could potentially be a situation where, somebody who was once a friend is like interested in more than being just friends, and there could be an opportunity for like a romantic connection or an endeavor. Creatively, you could collaborate creatively with someone here as well. Then you're going to see on the 13th, there will be a new moon in Scorpio. That'll be in your 11th house of goals and wish setting, friends and networks, conjunct Mars. So eventually Mars will conjunct the sun on the 18th, but new moon in Scorpio, very close to Mars and in opposition to Uranus, is like saying, I'm going to take chances. I'm going to focus more on my dreams, my goals, my friends. This might mean that there may be a sense of your goals revolving around where you're living or how you're living changing. Maybe this is when you start telling some of your friends, I'm moving out, I'm thinking about looking into another place, I'm going to buy a house somewhere else on my own, right? Aries. And it can also be a time where there's just a little bit more friction maybe with some of your friends that you have known for some time. Then we're going to see on the 18th, the Sun-Mars conjunction will be exact, and the Sun represents transformation and Mars represents goals. So what's being seeded here is that your goals revolving around friends and community, your goals revolving around how you want to make money, is planting something new. And you're not going to see it now, but you'll see it down the road. where there's just more momentum that's building, revolving around socializing. And I think it's going to be all about who you know. You know, a lot of Capricorn risings are changing their career. You're going to realize that you can continue to stay productive and have a lucrative lifestyle. You don't have to be like out in the office or out at work all the time. So lots of opportunity will come from people that you know, right? 11th house. Watch for intensity revolving around groups of people, friction with friends, that can happen. A fight with a friendship that can maybe kind of cut or sever something. Then you will see on the 18th is when the Sun-Mars conjunction happens. On the 23rd is when the Sun in Sagittarius will square Saturn. So 23rd, Sun in the 12th house of hidden undoing, subconscious, releasing, letting go, squares Saturn. It's like, I would sing to you, but I'm tone deaf. So just imagine that I'm singing the Frozen song to you, right? One of my best friends, she's got two daughters, and it's like, I've heard that song so many times. But let it go, because every single time planets go into your 12th house and they square Saturn, you're going to look around and be like, why is this falling apart? Why did this happen? What's going on? And you have two options. You can have a meltdown over it, and you can get really kind of in your head about it, or you can learn to just take a breath, especially with Saturn in the 3rd house. Breathe, go for a walk, do some journaling, and remind yourself that this is the necessary process to shed the things that need to be shed to get to where you're trying to go. So don't worry about other people's actions, what they think or what they say. That's the best advice that I can give you. Focus more on you, because there's going to be a lot of change happening, and it's the season of change, but it's getting you in preparation to be better about your boundaries. Maybe it's being better about, not giving people a response. I think that's the case with Saturn getting challenged, because Saturn in Pisces is not confrontational. It is almost like passive. And so you're going to learn what's worth saying nothing to and what's worth being like, this is a wrap, we're done here. And likely you'll have some unexpected conversations, interactions, or feeling almost kind of like attacked in a way from people. And you're like, whoa, like, how do I even respond to this? Probably saying nothing is the best start until some of these Saturn squares kind of ease up. Okay, so then we are going to see, okay, so the Sun will square, and then we're going to have Mars enter Sagittarius on the 24th. On the 25th, Mars will square Saturn. And then on the 27th, we're going to have a full moon in Gemini. And that's going to be in your 6th house of health, wellness, habits, coworkers, and daily routine. And this is going to be ruled by Mercury, which will be in Sag. So it'll be in your 12th house. So this is about health treatments, health care, mental health, rest, recuperation. And Mercury is going to square Neptune. So this is mental health stress. This is where you're feeling so bogged down that you're like, I don't even know how to communicate or how to talk. This can also be about seeking answers or seeking guidance, right? I'm not wild about Mercury square Neptune, because I feel like you might go and get like results for like something health related, and they're not accurate, because we don't see a lot of accuracy with Mercury Neptune squares. There's something that is missing. There's something that has been misrepresented. So I would be careful with that before you sign a lease, before you go and see a new healthcare practitioner under these squares. I wouldn't do those things. I do feel like the full moon can bring about some health-related issue that, you can take care of just by resting and recuperating. Sun, Mars, and Mercury in the 12th house is like, you can find ways to take time behind the scenes to rest and recuperate, but you're still going to be active. So for many of you guys, it's traveling. Traveling might be just what the doctor ordered. Anyway, Mercury square Neptune is just be mindful of communications, maybe challenges with travel and issues revolving around misunderstandings in communication, things getting lost in translation. Then on the 29th, we're going to see Venus conjunct the South Node, where I do feel like this can be about a woman leaving work. It can be about, ending a relationship publicly with somebody. It can represent some kind of significant somebody at work stepping down. I do feel like this is also about tapping into your inner creativity and like letting that lead the way for some new creative projects that you're going to be participating in. And that's pretty much it for the most part. So the first half of November, honestly, is very social. Even though there's going to be a lot of back and forth with the fifth house where you're probably feeling like you're running around and you're doing a lot of things with other people, at least it's fun, at least it's exciting, and it's a lot easier than when planets start getting into your 12th house squaring Saturn. Okay? So let's take a look. Let's see what these cards say for you, Capricorn. Ooh, the card that I got for you is the High Priestess. I love that. Especially because the 12th house, right? The 12th house for me is very High Priestessy. Intuition, sacred knowledge, mystery, and divine feminine, inner knowing, subconscious spirituality, higher power, inner voice. Mercury in the 12th, inner voice. When in doubt, don't. Sit on it, wait, meditate, pull a couple tarot cards. Maybe it is a time to get a reading. I personally like getting readings when planets are in my 12th house. I feel like I would steer clear of when stuff squares Saturn or Neptune. You're going to want to see when, there's probably stronger aspects in Scorpio, honestly, even though I could see where people would like Mercury in the 12th house. I'm not wild about it there. Or you can wait until Mercury is coming into conjunction with Pluto in a few months. But the intuitive part of the 12th house, I think, is, inner knowing that certain things have to kind of come to an end. They have to complete, right? 12th house, in order for you to maintain your sanity, for you to maintain your ability to have boundaries, healthy boundaries with other people. And maybe it's just you kind of getting hit or impacted by all the stuff that's going on in the ethers, okay? Good luck, my Capricorns. I will see you next month for your birthday. All right, we got Aquarius and Aquarius rising. Welcome back to my channel. I hope you guys are still with me. We are going to be doing the horoscopes for November of 2023. Let's talk what's going on with your chart ruler. Well, get ready, my Aquarians. There's going to be a number of oppositions and squares to both of your chart rulers. So you're going to see a number of planets in Scorpio in your career zone opposing Uranus, where it's like all work. You're going to have less focus on what's going on, I think, at home or in your private life. There's going to be so much commitment and dedication to what's going on out in the world. Being assertive, getting stuff done professionally, okay? Or just like out there being a boss or managing or handling something. Then you are also going to see a number of planets go into Sagittarius in your friend zone, and it's going to square Saturn. So maybe it's like how you're making money, what you do with that money. Maybe you're surprised to find that, even if you're doing well and you've had a very productive period of time, you're not just blowing a bunch of cash. Maybe you're going and you're socializing, but you're feeling like you're focusing more on saving. Maybe it's about how friends impact your self-esteem and how you feel about yourself. Any which way we slice it, oppositions are relational, so you're going to see kind of getting pulled in both positions between what you're doing at work and what you're doing at home. But I think the squares to Saturn is like, do not allow other people to take advantage of you, of your finances, of your kindness, right? And don't let other people, make you second guess yourself, I guess. That's really the long and short of it, okay? All right, so on the 3rd of November, we're going to see the Sun in Scorpio come into an opposition with Jupiter. I like this aspect. I think that it's particularly loud, especially if you're like 8, 9, 10 degrees of Aquarius. The Sun at the top part of the chart is putting an emphasis on your career, your reputation with other people, and it's in opposition to Jupiter. So it's going to be like you saying, me and my business partner, me and my spouse, like we can overcome anything. Anything is possible. We can do it. We can handle it, regardless of what is changing or kind of developing on the home front. You may feel like you're really excited to continue to pursue some stuff that's going on work-wise and the people that you're working with or you're working for, because it's going to further expand your home life or your ability to afford more, or maybe it's going to allow you to travel or relocate. So this is a positive aspect for you. Same day, Venus in Virgo will come into an opposition with Neptune. you are one of the signs that would kind of best be cautious revolving around borrowing, lending, taking out loans, making big investments, because Venus is technically in its detriment in Virgo, and it's in opposition to Neptune. So this represents some haziness revolving around money and resources and give and take with finances. Venus also represents your 9th house of travel, foreigners, and education, and home. So as it opposes Neptune, you could get swindled, while you're on the road or while you're somewhere else. So just be mindful of any transactions during the 3rd. On the 4th, Saturn goes direct. So your second chart ruler kind of wakes up and becomes more powerful in your 2nd house, where you're aware of what you possess, what you're willing to share, what you're holding on to, and having better boundaries to protect your self-esteem. Now, same day, Mercury in Scorpio will oppose Uranus in Taurus. So Mercury is still in your 10th house. It's going to oppose Uranus. This means that you might have some shocking and surprising news about changes at work or changes within finances, or maybe in regards to your children. And it's going to oppose Uranus, which means you're going to be like, they are over there, I'm over here, right? So I say this because if you don't have kids, it could be a lover, but shocks and surprises or secrets is very Mercury-Uranus. So it might mean that, you're at work, you get a phone call that's like, hey, your kid tried to escape daycare, and you're like, what? Or you get a call from, one of your kids, and they're like, I left the toaster on and the kitchen's on fire. Can you come home? I mean, like, obviously touch wood, but that's the kind of stuff that it's the kind of stuff that you can see. Try to keep cool, calm, and collected. Whatever is being relayed to you from family or from the professional sphere, right? It's just, oh, okay, there's some news coming out. Okay, well, how do I need to make adjustments to work or to my home life to better kind of navigate this? Then we are going to see on the 6th, Venus in Virgo in your 8th house will trine Pluto in Capricorn. So Venus in your 8th house trine Pluto. This is actually lovely because it does represent some kind of change or transformation on the home front in regards to joint resources. And Venus-Pluto can be about deep, profound love or opportunities for wealth or investment. And it's something that you're doing behind the scenes. Nobody's really seeing, so it can be, kind of private negotiations or deals that are happening, but very powerful, significant opportunities to kind of help you further your career. All right, so then we're going to see the very same day, Mercury in Scorpio will trine Neptune. So Mercury in the 10th house trining Neptune, being like, okay, how is it that we're going deeper and negotiating or trying to figure out how to reorganize these systems or get creative with making changes at work? And it helps, like literally using your intuition or your creative abilities is very helpful. So you're going to find ways to be able to apply some of those talents to what you're doing work-wise. Then we're going to see on the 8th of November, Venus enters into Libra. So Venus will go into your 9th house. It's a fellow sister sign, so it'll trine your sun, moon, or rising at some point. Venus does deal with home and family, and it also deals with far distant places, travel, or education. So it's possible that you're hearing from family in other places. Maybe they're, talking about coming to visit you. Maybe you're just spending more time, investing in education, planning a trip. Maybe you're hoping to get away with a partner and do something. It's a wonderful transit in the 9th house because it is a little bit more positive and optimistic, and it'll be there for a few weeks. Now, on the 10th of the month, we're going to see Mercury enter into Sagittarius. So this will be the first of 3 planets that'll enter into your 11th house. 10th house is work, 11th house is party. So this is about celebrating some of the accomplishments, things that have been kind of coming together, spending time with friends, socializing. So Mercury going into the 8th house means that a friend might be talking to you or letting you in on a situation involving their children, or maybe even their love life. Mercury will immediately come into a square with Saturn. So here's the thing. friends, right? Or associates or some kind of group or some kind of network can be, I'm not going to say pressuring you, but like trying to influence something about your political views, about how you're spending money, about where you're investing money. You can have people asking you for resources, and you're going to feel Saturn really kind of go like, I don't know if I should give this up, if I should, just because I can, should I? You know, should I be giving handouts? Should I be helping people? And so Mercury square Saturn means that somebody's going to be trying to give you some kind of information about probably finances, and you're like, no. Be very careful with whose advice you buy, because this month there can definitely be some people who can try to sell you on something to invest in or something to kind of buy or participate in, and you're gonna intuitively know with Saturn direct, like, nope, this is not for me, but somebody still might keep bringing it up, right? You know, join this, you know, this community center, or join this like sports club or like something, and you're like, why? You know, why do I have to pay for this? I don't want to do this. Then you're going to have on the 11th, Mars will oppose Uranus. So Mars opposes Uranus. So this is some kind of like action at work involving work collaborations that's bringing friction to you because you're Uranus or your home base. So it's like something going on at home that's, you know, kind of like intense or requiring a lot of your focus. It might be pulling you away from home or from family situations, and you're like, I just have to handle this. I can't, you know, I have to be focused on this right now. And it can cause some disruptions at home. Parenting issues come up in the 4th and the 10th house also. So it doesn't have to necessarily be with your parents, but if you have kids, that can definitely come up. Trying to find ways to juggle, you know, responsibilities within both of the houses. All right, so then we have on the 13th, a new moon in Scorpio. This is a new moon in your 10th house of career. Very potent for you because it is in close proximity to Mars. So it's about acting quickly, and it's an exact opposition to Uranus. So you're gonna be like, I have to do this, I have to do this right now. And it may cause a rift at home and with the living situation. So everybody's gonna see this opposition. It's just a little bit stronger for you. Because it's opposing one of your ruling signs. How could this play out? Maybe your goals and your motivation professionally is bringing up themes that is perhaps creating a situation where there needs to be readjustments with the relationship to a partner or to your home, right? And like, there's no stopping this. You're going to be like, I got to be at work. I got things I want to do. I want to do this. And you know, there's going to be a need to work together with another person to see some of these things come to fruition. All right, so Sun will oppose Uranus. That's a don't tell me what to do, anything goes type of day. You can have some challenges with bosses with that particular opposition, or parents. Then on the 18th, the Sun will conjunct Mars, and that's very powerful. It's planting a seed that's about a lot more focus and motivation when it comes to your career. If you're in a career that's like about research, accounting, working with metal, working with like heat, like it's even more of a packing a punch because Sun Mars is very hot, and it's about cutting and like working with things, or just being courageous, right? Being somebody who's also a little bit more competitive with what you have to offer. All right, so then on the 23rd, then the Sun squares Saturn, okay? So the 23rd, Sun in the 11th house of friends and goals squares Saturn. So this is where somebody else's focus, drive, ego is like pressing on you a little bit when it comes to self-esteem, money, resources, and finances. A day where you might have to have like a bit of a pause or a full stop on Facebook, not wanting to get involved in some of like the online conflict or chatter, and steering clear of like angry mobs and people who are kind of arguing. I would really recommend that. It's being like, no, I don't want to put myself physically, second house, in the position of being around that, right? Saturn in Pisces wants peace. It wants peace and it wants quiet. Then we've got on the, Then we've got on the 24th, Mars enters into your 11th house. So Sun, Mercury, Mars in the 11th. Outside of the squares to Saturn, very social, lots of people getting together, lots of invitations, meeting with groups, having meetings. So then we're going to see the Sun will come into a square with Saturn on the 23rd. And yeah, taking a step back, Mars enters on the 24th, and then Mars squares Saturn on the 25th. For me, this is where there can be conflicts and fights with a friend or with other people about, like, you know, your fears, about your subconscious, about something that you might be hiding. Don't let other people peer pressure you with these squares, but I think that that's what may potentially materialize. Mars, when it squares Saturn, Saturn wants consistency, it wants form, it wants maturity. You know, you're ruled by Saturn. And so you're going to kind of look at this and be like, why are these people being reckless? Or like, why are they starting conflicts? Or why is this friend picking a fight with me? And you could lecture them, but I would say probably not. But it's best not to do that. All right, so then on the 27th of the month, you're going to see a full moon in Gemini. And that full moon will be in your 5th house of children, lovers, romance, creative projects, and taking chances. This full moon will square Saturn, which means it is challenging, right? Your authority, your resources, your self-esteem, your security. And the full moon is going to be ruled by Mercury. Mercury will be in your 11th house, and it'll square Neptune. So you're going to be like, I've got something going on with a creative project. I don't know if I'm totally thrilled with it. Is this hobby costing too much? Is something coming up with a kid? Am I seeing this like clearly? And then you've got somebody who's like, maybe or probably giving you some kind of unsolicited advice about how to navigate or handle an investment, a kid, or a romantic situation. Everybody's got an opinion this month. That's the one thing that I want you to know. And we all know what people say about that, right? Everybody's got an opinion. I would just say, like, you have to kind of hold your own and be true to yourself and what you believe your values are. Just because you can doesn't mean that you should. That full moon is going to also be in a fellow sister sign. So you're going to hear, oh, it's a full moon about love, creativity, happiness. Yes, okay, great. You can go on a date. But with the square to Saturn, you're going to be like, well, they made me split the bill, right? Or there could be some big accomplishment for one of your children. And then they're like, I made the team. Can you, pay for all of my jerseys and all of my equipment? And you're like, yeah, something like that can come up where the square to Saturn does make it a little bit more challenging. And also miscommunication like crazy. So watch out for that. Then on the 29th, Venus will conjunct the South Node in Libra, which means there is potentially connecting, hearing from somebody from the past at a distance, somebody further away. This is also about family that might live in other places, that might be talking about traveling, connecting with you. And it can be about a change going on in regards to your belief about relationships as well. The card that I get for you is the Lovers card. So maybe it is just a really sexy, romantic full moon. I don't know. I mean, you guys know how it is. I'm going to be honest with you, but the squares to Saturn does make me feel like there's going to be some challenges in really feeling the love. Okay, so maybe it's about letting the love in. This is a card that's about divine love, deep soul connection, choice, harmony, relationships, value, alignment, unions, balance, and romance. I guess I should also say 5th house full moons can be relating to pregnancy. That's possible. But I do feel like with Mercury square Neptune, there's a lot of like, what do I love? And do I still love this thing? And is this what I want? Choices, options. We see that with mutable signs. We see that with Gemini. Hi, this is a sign for Gemini. So especially are you a Gemini? Do you have another Gemini planet? If you're an Aquarius, sun, moon, or rising, do you have Gemini somewhere in your chart? It's going to pack an extra punch there if you do. And I feel like this can be about making sacrifices for the things that you love and realizing that love is not necessarily easy. It's not necessarily, it's messy, right? It's not something that always makes sense. So you may be willing to make sacrifices for the things that you love, but I think that the Lovers card is about aligning with those things and people and situations that you love the most to make yourself feel more fulfilled, right? So let me know how that goes. Hopefully that's helpful for you guys. I will see you back here in December, and I hope this month treats you well. All right, so we've got Pisces and Pisces rising. What's going on, Pisces? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to November of 2023. We are going to be taking a look at your horoscope for the month ahead. I want to talk a little bit about your chart rulers. So we have got a number of aspects that are going to be happening both to Jupiter as well as Neptune. You're going to see a Sun-Jupiter opposition, which I feel like is about some kind of change to the way that you look at your health schedule or routine. We're also going to see quite a few squares to Saturn in your sign. So you're going to feel like you're under the gun this month. Every square from Sagittarius to Pisces is going to be about where you're having to take more initiative when it comes to your professional life or your goals out in the world, and having to get out of your own way. And it's going to be showing you where you're being too rigid, or where you're kind of blocking yourself off from a little bit more of like a more positive or optimistic outlook. Those are days that I would say take it easy on your body and be mindful of overworking and overdoing it. Finally, we will see during the full moon in Pisces, the full moon in Gemini. You're like, what? Full moon in Gemini, not Pisces. The full moon in Gemini will boast a Mercury square Neptune. And that does tell me that there is going to be questions revolving around who am I? What am I doing out in the world? Where am I going? And maybe feeling a little lost in a sense of direction of either relationships or your professional career stuff. So squares all over the place, oppositions all over the place. With all of the mutable signs, they're all feeling it. And the truth is that Saturn is, in a position where it's not superior. It's being attacked basically by all these planets in Sagittarius. So what's going to happen is you're going to kind of look around and be like, man, why is everybody ganging up on me? Why is life so challenging this month? Because you got planets 10th house to your sign. So this is where you really kind of like have to put on your big boy or big girl pants and get out there and just get stuff done. Okay. All right. So let's talk about it. You have the Sun in Scorpio coming into an opposition with Jupiter and Taurus on the 3rd. Jupiter is your traditional ruler. So when the Sun's in the 9th house, it represents your health habits, daily routine, challenging you. Now, this might feel like you're trying to overcome an educational matter, a travel matter, a philosophical matter, an educational matter. It might be a lucky situation where, there's a lucky change in regards to one of these topics, or a change for your health, or maybe a change in your schedule that happens that gives you like the break that you've been asking for. If you're needing some help or support in regards to education or documents, this might come on this day as well. But be optimistic that anything is possible, especially because in the 9th house, it's about the bigger picture of your life and where your life is going. The very same day, Venus in Virgo in opposition to your 7th, okay? So will oppose Neptune. So Venus is going through your 7th, and it's opposing Neptune in your 1st. So this is where I think somebody's going to see you and be like, oh, like heart eye emoji, like, approaching you, really interested in you, talking to you, trying to get your attention. I wonder if this has something to do also with the Sun in opposition to Jupiter. If you're traveling or if you're connecting with somebody who might be in a foreign place or at a distance, there might be somebody who's like reaching out to you, commenting on your photos, trying to get your attention. And I can see with Saturn in your sign that you may not be aware of it, but like it's definitely there that somebody is trying to reach you or kind of connect with you in a romantic way, most likely. Can be in a work way too. That's possible. On the 4th, you're going to see Saturn go direct in your sign. So Saturn is no longer retrograde. Yes, it's direct, which means all the hard work, the focus you've been putting on yourself, working with your body, taking care of your health, taking care of your boundaries, working on your goals is now going to start to pay off. What also can happen is when this goes direct, you might start to kind of really physically feel better or see the effects of, things that you've been working on with your physical body as well. Same day, Mercury in Scorpio opposes Uranus in Taurus. So Mercury is in the 9th house of travel, education, and belief, and it'll oppose Uranus in the 3rd. So I feel like if you've been feeling like you've been in a bit of a stalemate where like a legal situation hasn't been moving forward, a travel situation hasn't been moving forward, an educational situation, a document situation, it might just break open with that Mercury opposed Uranus. You might get an unexpected, email, phone call, something from another person that's like reaching out to you in some way, shape, or form. And also it can be a very intuitive day because Uranus rules your 12th house. So you're kind of like having a hunch, oh, I think I'm going to hear about this person. And then boom, you hear from them, Dreams can be about other people as well, and they can be really symbolic. On the 6th of the month, Venus in Virgo in your 7th house will trine Pluto. So this looks like growth and development of strong relationships and allies with people who can help you. So the love and support from partners or from collaborators can help you get connected and feel very, very supported, especially in a professional sense, because Capricorn is work, Virgo is employees. So I could see some kind of referral, connection, or recommendation that can be going on that can help boost your social life or your professional life. Then we're going to see on the same day, Mercury in Scorpio trine Neptune. So Mercury in the 9th, and it's going to trine Neptune in your sign, your other co-ruler. So connecting with somebody at a distance, I kind of feel like this might be like a friend trying to set you up with someone. They're like, oh, I know somebody that I work with, or I've got this friend, but they live here. And then maybe they connect you because Mercury rules relationships and it's going to trine Neptune. So they might connect you at a distance, but you could talk to an attorney, a mentor, a teacher, a guru with that trine as well. And it's about a really emotional, spiritual, heart-to-heart conversation. You might feel like you meet somebody and you're like, wow, we're just like really on the same page with our beliefs. Then you're going to see on the 8th of the month, Venus is going to enter into Libra, where she is definitely more comfortable in a sense of the sign, but Venus is moving into the 8th house where Venus is going through a change and a transformation. It's good for having access to other people's money. It can be very sexy, very alluring, so it can bring connections to others. But there is a sense of something being taboo. So you can bring people in who are in complicated situations. You could be going through a total change and transformation of your heart space. You could be healing and still recovering or purging from, a toxic relationship experience. In recent months, Venus retrograde in your 6th and then Venus in opposition to Saturn and Neptune makes me feel like perhaps, if you're kind of coming off of what's been some difficult relationship stuff, this is like, I need some space, I need to heal to be able to kind of bounce back from what's kind of gone on. Venus will be here for a couple of weeks before finally coming into contact with the South Node. On the 10th of the month, Mercury enters Sagittarius. So Mercury is the first planet of 3 that'll enter into your career zone. So this is about talking more publicly, being seen, connecting with clients or with other employees, or just doing business related matters. It's great for getting ready to relay information, but you want to wait until Mercury comes out of a square with Saturn. Now, when all these planets are in the top part of your house, you're very visible, right? Like the midheaven or the 10th house, very visible. So relationships professionally are visible. Your reputation and what you say is visible. Your actions and your resources with Mars going there is visible. Your willingness to help other people and get things done, visible. So you're really being seen, and everything will square Saturn. So I kind of feel inclined to tell you, you're under a microscope. Whether that's at work with a boss watching you, whether this is like you really finally getting to a point where you're really ready to start putting things out and being seen as a professional, or being seen as somebody who owns their own business, or being seen as somebody who's like wise or educated, Saturn on your ascendant. So be mindful that people might be coming to you or challenging your boundaries or challenging your beliefs in some way. Mercury square Saturn, not the best time to be having relationship conversations, not the best time to be having, job interviews or be applying for things or for new proposals at work. That'll be on the 10th. Then on the 11th, Mars in Scorpio will oppose Uranus. So Mars in the 9th house will oppose Uranus. And that tells me there's going to be some financial fluctuations or some sudden travel fluctuations. And it can have some expense related things to it. You know, if you're spending money to be able to get documents to travel and then the documents don't show up, you're like, why am I spending so much money? Also over education, that could be coming up as well, or legal endeavors. Then we're going to see on the 13th of the month, a new moon in Scorpio. This will be in the 9th house. And you have a lot of planets in Scorpio, which is in a fellow sister sign. So you're going to see trines from the 9th to the 1st house. New moon means new opportunity. And the 9th house is if you're wanting to travel, if you're wanting to complete a program, publish a book, go back to school, if you're wanting to take more action in regards to your beliefs, this is the time that you set these intentions. This new moon is going to be in an opposition to Uranus, which means there's going to be some unexpected things, conversations, or situations out of your control. It might be like you have unexpected car issues, unexpected travel delays, challenges with siblings, and it's going to be very close to Mars. So it's going to be like you going, I suddenly have to travel. Oh, my car won't start, you know, or I'm suddenly, you know, going on a trip. I'm booking it next week. Oh my gosh, my passport expired. So having to take some action quickly revolving around resolving some of these matters. Now, a couple days later on the 18th, the sun will come into conjunction with Mars. So the sun rules health, habits, and routine. Mars represents legal matters and travel and education. I could see like some of you guys may feel inclined to like talk to somebody about a legal situation, talk to somebody about a health situation. You may feel rushed to want to, you know, pay somebody for their services. The North Node is ruled by Mars. So when Sun and Mars come into conjunction in the 9th, it's like you're going to have to pay for something, whatever it's going to be. So I don't know if it's to be taught how to do something or if it's going to be paying like a surcharge or an extra charge on, you know, booking a flight suddenly, but it can be something where you take some quick action. Then we are going to see on the 23rd of the month, the sun in Sagittarius in your 10th house will square Saturn. Also, not the best day for launches, putting things out there, starting new jobs, because you may feel like people are being very critical of you or they're challenging you or that you're being pressed in some way. Then we're going to have on the 24th of the month, then Mars enters Sagittarius. So Mercury, Sun, Mars in the 10th, where you're walking the walk, talking the talk in regards to work. And then we're going to see Mars on the 25th come into a square with Saturn. This is about money, resources, and self-esteem and your beliefs. And so to me, it feels like somebody maybe really kind of, you know, pressuring you, revolving around being like, okay, show up, get this done, you know, finish it, provide. And yeah, a lot of it can be like timelines, time expectations, and having to hold yourself accountable for being able to kind of get some of these jobs done. So I don't know how you're under the gun in some way. Like Sagittarius can be about education, it can be about travel. So if you're a teacher or if you're somebody involved in travel or law or legality, I could definitely see there being more on your plate this month than usual. But I would just say, like, be mindful that the pace of work in your professional life is going to pick up so much, and don't take it personally if you feel like you either can't keep up or that people are being very critical of your skills. Just, you know, be mindful of the days that the Mars square happens, the Saturn square happens, the Sun square happens, Mercury, Sun, and Mars, excuse me, because that's when you're going to be feeling like people are really pressuring you, right, to kind of to show up. Then finally, we're going to see on the 27th of the month a full moon in the sign of Gemini. So this will be a full moon in your 4th house of home and family. Now, full moons in the 4th house can be about moving, completing something with the home, big changes with the family, something happening in the home, or just more about your private emotional life. Now, this full moon will be at 4 degrees. It's going to square Saturn in your sign, which basically means there's going to be some kind of home situation putting the pressure on you when it comes to you and your independence or your physical capabilities. We will also see the ruler at the time, Mercury, in your 10th house in technically its fall, and it's in a square to Neptune. So there's lots of like needing to communicate with a parent about a situation or managing something, handling something at home maybe, and the square to Neptune is like you going like, I don't know, I can't help you, you know, or I'm not feeling well, or I'm not sure, let me get back to you. So there can be frustration going on at work over lack of seeing something clearly. There can be frustration with family, with lack of awareness or participation or overlooking something. Obviously, Mercury-Neptune squares are horrible for communication. We miss phone calls, we fall asleep, we don't see text messages, we lose emails. So there can definitely be lots of like issues at work that come up because of a home situation. So if there's like a, you know, something happens at home and you're like, well, I sent an email saying I couldn't come in, I had to go and pick up my, you know, my grandma from the hospital, and they're like, well, we never got the email, you know, and we didn't see it, and like all this work didn't get done. There was nobody here to show up and open the office. That kind of stuff can happen. So be mindful of that right around the full moon, and the communication issues that you can have with work and also with other people. On the 29th, Venus will come into conjunction with the South Node, and this can represent some kind of releasing or letting go of karma in relationships. If somebody's meant to come back to you, they will. If money is meant to come back to you, it will. The 8th house is a nice place to have a South Node Venus conjunction. It does make me feel like it can free you from the past, but also it can karmically reward you if you're needing a little extra boost with your cash. All right, let's take a look at what card you get. Ooh, finally a good card, huh? Like a really good card. Pisces, 9 of Cups, getting what you want. I feel like for you, this is like wish fulfillment, contentment, satisfaction, emotional riches, life, abundance, success, achievement, recognition, and power, pleasure. Okay, Mercury, Sun, Mars in the 10th. I think this is people talking about you. I think this is about you getting recognition. I think this is also about perhaps maybe having to defend yourself at work, defending your title. There can be some competitiveness and some people who want to knock you off the top. Don't fall into that. Don't play those games. You don't have to play those games with people. Just because people want to go low doesn't mean you have to go low. Saturn in your sign is cool, calm, and collected. Let the work speak for itself. Keep showing up and doing what you need to do. Don't allow people to underestimate you, because I think that if you stay consistent and if you are confident, the work is going to speak for itself. I think that you're going to get something that you've been wishing for, something that you've been hoping, some kind of breakthrough. I'm wondering if it's going to be about a major, you know, breakthrough potentially in regards to a relationship or a financial matter, honestly, because you could see some positive things happen from some of the transits, right? Watch your words, use them wisely, please, because there's definitely going to be some intense exchanges happening within the 3rd and the 9th house. I'm wishing you a very happy month of November. I hope everything goes well, and that wish comes true for you. All right, guys, well, that's it for me. That is November in a nutshell. You can find me back here all month long. I'll be doing videos every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. Join me on Sundays for astro weather. Stay tuned because we'll have new and full moon reports and everything in between when we have the ingresses and the other things. You guys know I like to do my Astro Musings video where I talk a little bit more in depth about what the transits mean and how it's being reflected in the collective. Once again, I can only do what I'm doing because some of you guys will sit and watch these videos for several hours long. I don't know how you do it, but I want to say thank you for your support, for your likes, your comments, and your shares. Please give me a thumbs up if you liked this video, if it was helpful for you. Please consider sharing it with somebody else. That way they can get some insight into how to navigate these sometimes turbulent times. I also would really appreciate it if you click the bell button below so you are alerted as to when I have videos coming out on my channel. What else? That's pretty much it. Happy holidays to those of you guys who will be celebrating the holiday here in America at the end of the month. I know everybody's gearing up for the holiday season in general, so I'm excited to talk to you about what's going on next month in December. I'm also relieved that eclipse season will be over, so I think that outside of the oppositions to Uranus and some of the squares to Saturn, for the most part, things are actually going to get a little bit easier. Just lean into the change, people. That's really what these mutable squares are going to be all about. All right, guys, I'm wishing you a happy month ahead. I will see you all here very soon. Enjoy the rest of your day. Take care.